and some serious work, way beyond the end of this man's term, to regain whatever we had. I will tell you, Rav, though, what gives me some sense of optimism includes this. As Vice President of the United States, I met with over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. Many of them multiple times, and formed relationships. I have traveled the globe many times over, and I will share with the friends here, one thing that I realized is that the relationship that we have with allied nations, yes, can be forged and reinforced by the leaders, but I will tell you, the true strength of those relationships is the people of those nations feeling some level of identity and connection with the people of our country. And that includes the people in this room. Because I will tell you, in meeting with so many foreign leaders, the first foreign leader that I invited to my home as vice president was then German Chancellor Angela Merkel. I had her over for breakfast. And we sat down, it was called a bilateral meeting. We sat down and we talked about everything. It was before Russia invaded Ukraine. We talked about Russia and China and a number of things. And then she leaned over to me and she said, please tell me what's going on in your country with voting. Because she was very concerned about the erosion that she was reading about and hearing about in the United States around obstruction of voting rights. I bring it back to NAN because here's the point there. She was fully aware of the leaders and the activists and the heroes that we honor who fought for voting rights. She knew of the struggle. She knew of the work it requires, and she knew what was at stake. And I will tell the folks here that, again, part of the relationship that we will ever have with the people of other nations will be because of folks like the folks in this room who are always fighting for the ideals of America, always fighting for what we know to be true commitment to freedom, to justice, to liberty, and to equality. So there we go.
Now, let me ask you this, and I'm sure you remember, many out there remember, President Trump said on day one, he was going to deal with inflation and make America affordable again, and to bring down the prices of groceries. It's safe to say these things didn't happen. So, I mean, what do you make of this? I know, you know, I'm the preacher, but you practice better than me. I'd be up in the middle of the night saying, I told you so, but how do you, on a serious side, deal with the fact that we are dealing at a time, this war exacerbates it, what's going on with the Straits of Hormuz all exacerbates it, and we're paying for this. This is not just some foreign affair issue somewhere else.
That's right.
The American citizens, black, white, red, blue, don't matter, are paying for this war.
And the American citizens will always pay for war. So that is true. First of all, just to answer the first question, and I heard friends in the room say, he lied. He lied. He told the American people on day one he was going to bring down prices and costs, and he lied. I will say this, however. You know, when you look at the numbers in terms of that election, 1/3 voted for him, 1/3 voted for us, and 1/3 did not vote. And I do believe there is a healthy number of the folks that voted for him that believed him and voted based on that very important issue, which is, can they afford to get through life with dignity and being able to take care of their family? It's without any question, I would say, the number one issue for most people in our country. And you look at it, though, what he has done is, instead of taking care of the average everyday folk in America around their need for affordability. He'd been taking care of his rich friends and his own family. You look at what's been happening, the cost of gas, the cost of food, unemployment, inflation have gone up since he has been president. And then now, he has, you know, he says what he's thinking. I mean, here's the thing, we don't have to kind of like, what does he mean when he says that? That's the one problem we don't have. So, he just said the other day, the government shouldn't be responsible for affordable child care.
That's what he said.
This is the same man who pretended that he's a family first president. They're asking for at least $200 billion. I heard today the number may be as high as $400 billion, $200 to $400 billion for this war. Meanwhile, they've cut Medicaid, premium prices for health care have gone up, SNAP benefits, WIC. Everybody in this room knows what WIC stands for, women, infants, and children. SNAP benefits, which are intended and were created to feed hungry children, hungry seniors, people who have the right to expect that their government wants to alleviate their suffering. So he again has shown his character on issues like this. And his character is, he is telling the American people he doesn't care about you. But I would caution us to understand it's not only about him. At some point, he will be termed out of office. And understand, it's not just about the individual, it's about the apparatus, if you will. I would prefer to just talk about the cronies who are allowing this to happen. Members of Congress, Rev, I'm going to use the F word, who are feckless. It's an appropriate F word. Who don't, and I served, as you mentioned, Rev, in the United States Senate for 4 years. I know a number of these folks. And I know that so many of them know what's wrong with this. I know they know it, but they don't have the courage to stand up. They want to walk around with their flag pin, having their staff run around and chase them like they're royalty. They don't want to give up those jobs. And they know it's wrong. The other thing I've come to, you know, I know we're all spending a lot of time thinking about how could people be this way? I've come to the realization that, you know, some people are purely transactional. By that, I mean they're in it for what they can get out of it, and whoever is harmed in the process, so be it. They're not burdened with doing what is morally right, what is principled, what is value-based. They're in it for what they can get out of it. And the second point I've come to realize, sadly, is that I do think it is part of the frailty of human nature for some, which is the need to just be next to power, no matter what it does. And these are the things that we're seeing come from people who are otherwise powerful and have taken an oath to represent the people in their best interest. So this is what we're seeing happen. I think we need to be, you know, we need to understand it's bigger than him. We have midterms coming up. And anyone who is facilitating this, either by their silence or actively, needs to be held accountable.
One of the things you said that I want to go back to quickly is the standing in the international community.
Yeah.
That has been severely damaged by this president, and how can that even be restored? It's going to take years. He's broken commitments, promises. He's in many ways excoriated some of the allies.
Yeah.
How do you rebuild a global kind of image of where the United States was that he's torn up in a year and a half?
You're right. One, we're going to have to, it's going to take, I think it's going to take more than one election to do. Okay.
Now y'all know I don't allow disruptions at my convention. Y'all know how quiet and laid back I am. What do y'all think, y'all?
So I'll say this back to your question right now. And I thank everybody here. You know, it will be about what it's going to take to repair and revive relationships. But there's another piece to this that is equally problematic, which is, you know that saying, nature abhors a vacuum, right? I mean, back to the point about relationships. The other thing about relationships we know in our personal life, you have to be present. You have to be there. So the other thing the man has done is he cut USAID, which was a commitment that we made and funded over many years that the United States of America, we still didn't fund it enough, by the way, but we did fund it, aid that we would give to nations in need, whether it be because they were dealing with a health epidemic. You know, for years it was HIV, AIDS, cholera, hunger, and through USAID, we would give aid and assistance to nations in need. And by the way, that was not pure benevolence. There was also an understanding when you do that, you earn the credibility to then talk about some other things. Right. So it's not like it's purely selfless to do it. It's not like, you know, what they would have you say, oh, American tax dollars shouldn't be going to this. America benefits from that. Our national security benefits from it, if you want to understand, right? There's multiple purposes. Well, he cut that, so we're not giving that level of aid. But the other thing, nature abhors a vacuum. When you are not present in these relationships, other people will fill the void. So see China. I mean, somebody asked me the other day, what's your take on China's connection to all this? And I jokingly, half jokingly said, well, China's just sitting back eating the popcorn. But what they're also doing is filling the void. When I was vice president, I was very intentional, and one of the things I'm very proud of is I was doing the work of attempting to change the narrative around the relationship between the United States of America and the continent of Africa. Because, you know, we have historically, when we have worked on the relationship, it's been about aid, but my point was it needs to be about partnership, right? Understand that on the continent, the median age, I think now, is about 19 years old. The prediction is that by the year 2050, 1 in 4 people occupying Mother Earth will be on the continent of Africa, which presents either a wonderful opportunity for partnership and investment, understanding this population of people are going to have such a huge impact on the future of the world, or it's going to present a risk if we just ignore the needs of the people who are there. For example, in many African nations, their economy is based on agriculture, right? So the work that we could do in partnership around new ways of, I've been spending a lot of time in the South, as you and I talked about. When I leave here, I'm going to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, and then Arkansas later. But agriculture, and in fact, some partnerships with our local farmers and farmers on the continent. Well, he's pulled back, because, the way that he's thinking of foreign policy, it seems, is when he talks about America first, it's to withdraw from these relationships and these connections. And then he kind of acts like a mob boss. So then he's kind of like, well, you take Eastern Europe, and I'll take the Western Hemisphere. And then you over there, you get Asia. And we'll just divide it up, right? Instead of understanding historically, America has always been about our global leadership, imperfect though we have been. So what is happening is, by withdrawing for a number of reasons, not to mention what he has called African nations.
Yeah. S-hole countries.
Right. What is happening is, the other thing that is going to require the work after he leaves office is understanding that people have filled our void, in particular China. And how's that going to work then, when, again, relationships are based on who's been with me, who's been here? I'll give you another example, and then we can go on to the next question. When I was vice president, I spent a lot of time focused on the Indo-Pacific. So again, you gotta be present. So I spent time and traveled to Vietnam, to Singapore, to South Korea, to Indonesia, to Japan. Why did I go to those places and have multiple meetings with those leaders? Because China is attempting to influence that whole region of the world, which we have a direct connection to. California is right in the Pacific, right? 40 million people. We have a direct interest in what happens in that region, so we need to be present. You look under the Trump administration, they have pretty much withdrawn from our relationships with Indo-Pacific countries, again, leaving a void. So while he struts around boasting about how he will annihilate a whole people, what he is in fact doing, and this is why it's important to watch what he does and not just listen to what he says. What he is doing is making us weaker, unreliable, and less influential.
There's an inordinate amount of influence that social media has, both good and bad.
Right.
And so much to a degree that Australia just banned social media. Do you think government should regulate social media?
So I actually was in Australia in the last 12 months twice, and met with the commissioner who championed their this restriction for social media for children 16 and under. It's interesting. She says she preferred to not call it a ban, but a delay. So this is how she thinks of it. It's a delay on when children can have access to social media. And it's relatively new, and we'll see how it plays out. I mean, here's the thing. We should trust parents to understand that parents are right to be concerned about their children's, the amount of time their children are spending on social media and the impact it is having on their mental health. It's real, Rav. It's real. And over 30 states now in the United States have, for example, banned cell phones in schools, and are seeing very positive outcomes for that. And I think that is something that we are seeing, that increasingly we're seeing that whatever the drawback, the benefit outweighs the drawback. But the work that has to be done is understanding that also we've got to have guardrails on what big tech is doing. and whether it be social media or what's happening with AI. Back to the social media piece, I was actually very pleased to see that of the advocates for guardrails on social media were all these parents who just won that case against Meta and YouTube around the harm to children, so many of whom have actually died by suicide. You look at, and when we talk about suicide rates among children, and then you look at the suicide rates among Black children, we cannot ignore the reality of how, among the many factors that impact the mental health and well-being of our children, this is one of them. And the additional point I would make is, if we're sitting around waiting for governments to handle this, we may be sitting around for a long time. And I will say, though, states are taking it on, like New York has done some interesting work, California has done some interesting work, so governments can, but again, this administration, through Trump, has basically said it's either federal legislation or nothing, but you know there's going to be no federal legislation because half his cabinet are invested in the technology and are in the pocket of big tech. So where we would like to know and believe that government traditionally has a role to play in reducing harm, you know, we're seeing it with some state governments. I don't know if we're going to see it with the federal government anytime soon. Then you could say, well, then where else could the protections come from? Well, it's not going to come from the industry itself, because the industry has already figured out a business model where the algorithm is fueled by fear. And fear fuels the algorithm, and the algorithm fuels profit. So that's going to be difficult to expect that they will self-police, because they pretty much said that they're not going to. So then who's left? This is where I say the consumer, who, as we know, when we know our market power, our ability to have an impact on the marketplace, we can actually create movements that are about progress. And part of that will be, and I say this to NAN, is the work that we will continue to do to educate the people, the public, our friends and neighbors, the folks where we organize, to help them understand the effects of social media so that they will know what to demand of the market.
One of the things that NAN has been on the forefront of, and that you've been there longer than most, is voting rights and the protection of voting rights.
Yeah.
I am honored to have in one of our offices a picture of us marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and you were helping to wheel one of the foot soldiers. Yes, yeah. And I and Ben Crump was with you. Mm-hmm. But you've been to Selma before you were running for president. Voting rights is at risk.
Yes.
With the whole way he is now trying to change the qualifications for voting, passports, which is a poll tax, because you don't have a passport, you need almost $200 to get one. Redistricting. Talk to us as one who dealt with, in the Senate, again, I go by the record, the John Lewis Justice Act, in terms of Voting Rights Act, and you tried to get it passed. Yeah. I remember that there was the meetings, and they had 3 of you to meet and be the committee to get it through. And the last minute, the Republican, who loved Donald Trump, hugged him by the waist, turned on us. You called me and said, Rev, I try my best, but I think we're losing our ally. Mm-hmm. You championed that about voting rights. Talk about that.
Yeah. So to your point about poll taxes, literacy taxes, this is not new in our history. And it's an agenda that has been in play since we got voting rights. And to fast forward to today, yes, it's more of the same. And so the way it is taking on is first they're pushing redistricting. First, remember, they were pushing redistricting in red states. And then blue states said, all right, well, we're going to play fire with fire then, okay? So that was right. They have been doing the work for years of building a Supreme Court that is configured as we now have it. And they're about to make a decision on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And I am sad to say, I do believe they are going to kill it. And that will mean that the legal tool that we have to be able to litigate in a court what are clearly racist, influenced laws to prevent certain people from voting, we're going to lose the tool that we have had before. They then are proposing the SAVE Act. One must ask, save who? And what they will do is basically, to your point, Rev, to register to vote, you're going to have to prove your citizenship by a passport or a birth certificate. So it is estimated that over 20 million Americans don't have a passport or access to a passport. And to get one is at least $100, if not close to $200, which is in essence a poll tax, right? On the birth certificate piece, well, if you are a woman who got married and took your spouse's name, you are among the over 60 million women in America who are in that situation, which means that if you need to prove your citizenship with your birth certificate, it will not match, for example, your driver's license, which again is an obstacle. Because already, you gotta leave work to vote, you gotta have somebody take care of the kids to vote, you gotta figure out, is that the day that you can actually get to wherever the polling place is? All this is happening. What else is happening? They have been purging voter rolls. What else has happened? I believe in 24 states, they have gone in and taken ballots. Fulton County. I was down in Georgia and I was asked somebody, I said, tell me something, in Fulton County, you know when they sent those federal agents to come and get the ballots, did they take the 2024 ballots? Nope. So that one was okay, I guess. They took the 2020. And then he comes up with an executive order around mail-in voting. Well, guess who, when he's hanging out at his resort spa at Mar-a-Lago, votes by mail? So not only is the intent to obstruct clear, the hypocrisy, again, as always, abounds. Here's what I'd say. First of all, as part of our activism and in our work, we're going to have to register folks to vote, as we always do. But I'd start with this. Ask folks to make sure that they check right now their voter status. Don't wait until election day to see if, for example, your name got purged from the rolls. Ask today for folks to check on their polling location, because part of what this shell game they've been playing includes closing the place where your mother and your grandmother always voted, so that on election day, she's going to that local elementary school to find out it's not a polling place any longer. So let's do some of the work right now. Then the last point I would say on this, Rev, and I think I know it's a bit controversial, but here's how I feel about this. You know how I was talking earlier about how people are so transactional? I think we need to be transactional voters. I think, yes, it is right when we are trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote, and it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of the lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice of those young people at the lunch counter, the assassination of Dr. King. There are so many things that we must remember about history so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors. Yes, and here's what I'm suggesting in addition. Get yours. Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, oh, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect. I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
I know we are over the time, but I need to ask you this. There was, slow down. I promised Ms. Harris a certain time. I'm going to respect the time because I'll need her to come again. This is a convention, not a revival. It was debated in your campaign in 107 days that whether you should talk to people like Joe Rogan and hard right-wing people in media. If you were to run again, would you talk to them?
Yes, I would. Listen, I will talk with anyone if it means talking with the American people. What I do not believe in, but however, is gatekeepers. I do not believe in the theory some people would push, which is that you got to go talk to that person to talk to the people. I don't believe that, and I don't believe in that, and I don't believe in gatekeepers. So, yeah, and I wrote about it in my book about the Joe Rogan piece. But yeah, I'll talk with folks as long as I know that the ability in that moment is to talk to the American people.
So, in your openness to talk to the American people, as I said in introducing you, you and I go back over a quarter century.
Yes. And
if there's anyone that has had open communication, is you and I. Mm-hmm. So are you going to run again in 28?
So, okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right at it.
Well, that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. But let me say this. I am thinking about it. But let me also say this. Look, I served for 4 years being a heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States. I spent countless hours in my West Wing office, footsteps away from the Oval Office. I spent countless hours in the Oval Office and the Situation Room. I know what the job is, and I know what it requires. I also know, one of the things that I've been doing, Rev, is I've been traveling the country the last year. I've been spending a lot of time in the South and many other places. And the one thing I'm really clear about also is the status quo is not working. And hasn't been working for a lot of people for a long time. And part of the issue is the need to get rid of some of the bureaucracy in government, and to understand that the people they don't want process, they want progress. And that's the work that needs to be done. I think that, look, the American people have a right to expect that anyone who wants to run for office and be a leader, that it can't be about themselves. and what they want for themselves, it's got to be about the American people. And that's how I think of it, and I am thinking about it in the context of then, you know, is who and where and how can the best job be done for the American people? That's how I'm thinking about it. I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, our founder and president, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
All right. Have your seats. Let me say, I invited a dear friend of mine who we had not always agreed politically, and then we ended up as twin brothers. And I wanted him to speak and talk with me after the vice president, before Pete Buttigieg. We're going to do Pete Buttigieg in a minute. And someone wasn't on the program, but I wanted him to be here. And he said, if you wanted me to come, Reverend Al, I'm a good Baptist, I'm coming. I want you to greet the highest ranked morning show in the country, the host of Morning Joe, former Congressman Joe Scarborough. Now,
I'm going to tell
told
Mika.
Joe, I told you how friendly our crowd was. You hear that cheer for you.
I'm going to tell Mika that I came to a convention that turned into a tent revival. And I heard Kamala Harris say the F word. It was feckless. And you saying that you're going to be subtle.
I'm always subtle.
You're always subtle.
I'm as subtle as you are on the mornings.
Quiet.
Let me ask you, big picture, where do you see us at as a country now? I mean, you've heard her assessment, you know my concerns, and you've been very vocal about Iran and other situations. Give us a perspective from your vantage point of where we are.
Well, we're in, I think, one of the worst times of my life. As we spoke about this morning on the show, I was born in Atlanta, Georgia in 1963. Same year as Martin Luther King's March on Washington. And of course, 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. And, you know, it's kind of a miracle what happened between the year I was born in 63 in Atlanta and the first year I started school outside of Meridian, Mississippi. We were the first class in Mississippi to start in integrated schools. Now, for me, that was normal, but think about that. March on Washington, 16th Street Baptist Church bombing, Selma, and then 30 miles away from where I started school in 69 in an integrated school, you had civil rights workers killed and buried outside of Philadelphia, Mississippi. But there was remarkable progress. And in my first year, I went to an integrated school. And it just changed the way I looked at life, the way I looked at it even differently than my oldest sister. And to see that progress and to grow up always believing that the arc of civilization, as Martin Luther King said, always bent toward justice, and always believing that was our assumption. That tomorrow was going to be better than today, that our children were going to do better than we did, that civil rights was going to grow, that it was going to be easier to vote, that it was going to be easier to make a living, that it was going to be easier to believe that we had leaders in Washington, D.C. that cared more about us than them. That's gone. The last 10 years, Rev, so much of what you've been fighting for your entire life has been washed away. I got to say, it's been a wake-up call, and it should be a wake-up call for all of us, because we can't take anything for granted anymore. We can't take any election for granted anymore. We can't take even the 14th Amendment. Donald Trump thought he could wipe away the 14th Amendment, intimidate the Supreme Court, and actually get rid of birthright citizenship. And in that instance, the Supreme Court showed him he couldn't. But again, all the things that we assumed for so long have been washed away over the past decade, and we just can't afford to be ambivalent or to sit back anymore. We got to fight.
And to fight it, we are going to have unusual alliances. People that never united before find themselves in the same position of being disenfranchised, disempowered, and in many ways the same economic plights that others have faced, we're now facing. Talk to us about, I know your relationship, not only with me, but others, relationship with Jim Clyburn, who's going to be speaking, and how my mother was from Alabama, and I was born and raised in Brooklyn, and she would talk about there was no bonding more profound and deep than Southern whites and Southern blacks who understood better than anybody how ugly the country could be and how they changed it together. Talk about that. You from the South.
You know, that's interesting. I went to the University of Alabama in the early 1980s, and I had a couple roommates. One of them was a black friend of mine. One of them was a white friend of mine from upstate New York who went to law school at Syracuse in the late 80s. Now, after calling us racist and calling Alabama backwards and all this other stuff, I'm from Northwest Florida, but he said that he called me up after his first year of law school. He goes, Joe, it's so much more intense up here than it was down there. I said, Dave, we had to figure that out. We integrated in '69. What you're doing right now and all the battles that you were going through in the late 80s, that was ugly.
That's right.
But there was, for some reason, I can't really explain it if you're from the South, there is just a better understanding. I'm a musician too. And I can tell you, if you're a musician from the South and you play with people from the North, there's some things, no offense to musicians from the North, they just don't get. You know, you've heard Lift
I've
Me
been
Up.
to your show, yeah.
You've heard a lot of my gospel songs, and I've had people from the North go, well, how do you write that type of music? I go, what do you mean, baby? I'm from the South. That's how I write that type of music. I was raised in the church.
No, it was funny because we were somewhere and you had done a tune that I had heard, and I told you, I said, you know, it reminds me back in the days that I was boy preacher with Mahalia Jackson. And a guy in the office there, we were at MSNBC at the time, said, oh, is she related to Michael Jackson? And you looked at him like he was crazy. But that's the culture you come out of.
Yeah, it's a culture, and it does, I think it does make a difference. And I will tell you something that we found in 2020, that everybody thinks the Democratic nomination runs through progressives in Iowa, socialists in New Hampshire. What? No, it doesn't. The Democratic nomination still runs through the churches in South Carolina, in Georgia, and across this country. It just does. And I think there are too many people that decide they're going to run for politics, national politics. They spend too much time on Twitter and social media, not enough time in the church. Because if they want to know where the heart of the Democratic Party is, well, they can see it every Sunday morning. And Rev, you and I have talked about that for a long time. And you know, everybody's always, you know, you turn on Fox News, always talking about woke this, woke that, and oh, well, Democrats are so woke, and da. You were talking a decade ago about limousine liberals, about woke white politicians that just didn't get it. And they did. What was your expression about if you're woke? If
you wake up, get up. And a lot of those that were woke are woke where? With who? I mean, we were never looking to replace one slave master with long-haired slave masters. And I think that a lot of them, well, we're progressive. Progressive for who? Where's the progress? I'd rather have somebody that is from the deep South that understands my pain and deals with it, and that may be centrist, than somebody that's more urban, northern, can quote all of the right books and do nothing for my condition.
Well, exactly. And you talk about quoting all the right books. I mean, and I think it's something that you're starting to see Democrats do more now. But actually, it used to be that a lot of politicians were afraid to talk about their faith.
Right.
Now, not this crew in the White House, because they'll throw Jesus under the bus and blame him for the war in Iran. They'll throw Jesus under the bus and blame him for the worst, most un-Christ-like policies that have ever been committed, like at least in my lifetime. I mean, it's incredible when I hear Pete Hegseth actually claiming Jesus has something to do with a killing that's going on in Iran. You got right now an administration that wants to spend $200-300 billion on a war, while they're gutting health care, they're gutting Medicaid. Your vice president talked about WIC, SNAP, all of these benefits. And at the same time, who do they want to defend? Who do they want to fight for? Is it working Americans? No. It's billionaires. It's literally billionaires. It's multinational corporations. It's tech monopolists. You ask Kamala about if Washington's going to do anything about social media. They need to, but they're not going to unless they really feel the heat. I have 4 kids. Let me tell you something. We don't need phones in schools. And we're actually learning not only do we not need phones in schools, we got to actually do something that's unbelievably radical and stop teaching our children with tablets and start teaching them again with books. How radical is that? But this administration, and you and I have known Donald Trump for a long time. He goes to where the power is. When he thought the power was with Rev, he'd be at boxing matches with Rev, and then the tech monopolists come along, and he's hanging out with the tech monopolists. And so we can't get any real reform with him. But I want to follow up with what Kamala said. Donald Trump's going to be gone. But let me tell you something. The Republicans, the people that I know, the people that I used to be a member of their party with, the people I used to serve with, those Republicans are still going to be around. And those people who've allowed this to happen need to be held accountable. They need to be voted out. And we need to make sure that if any Republicans get elected, it's part of a new Republican Party and not the people, again, who are throwing the working class, middle class Americans overboard for the sake of billionaires, multinational corporations, and tech monopolists.
But the only way they're going to be thrown out is that we're going to have to build alliances of people that understand that we're all in this together. And the threat that this president, in some ways, the abrasiveness of Trump makes it hard for people to ignore how far back he's trying to push us, which is really Project 2025 and that whole crowd. They wrote it out. We didn't believe it. Right. We told ourselves this couldn't happen, but they're trying to do it.
It happened, and I just want to follow up with what the Rev said and just talk about our personal story. I mean, he talked about coalitions that we have to build, maybe coalitions across party lines, coalitions across lines that we're not used to. Rev and I, we look like we're best of friends, like we love each other, but boom, we used to go after each other hard. I even put a resolution on the House floor condemning Reverend Al Sharpton.
That's right.
When I was in Congress. And the funniest thing happened. Matt Gaetz held it up in some hearing one time. I think he was waving it at you. And Reverend Al said, yeah, isn't grace a wonderful thing? Joe's one of my best friends, and I'm one of Joe's best friends. And you know why that is? Because a sinner recognizes a sinner. We are saved by grace, Rev. We are saved by grace. We both have a lot more of Peter in us than Paul. I mean, I still think when you talk about, is that not true?
That's true.
I mean, Peter's one of my favorite characters in the Bible because I can relate to him so well. Jesus walks on water. Peter says, I want to walk on water. Jesus says, all right, come on out. He's scared. He goes, I'm drowning. Help me, Jesus. Help me. Right? Overmatched time and time again in the Garden of Gethsemane when Jesus said, man, stay awake. I need you. I just need you right now more than ever before. Paul falls asleep. Jesus comes back. He's like, are you kidding me, man? You couldn't stay awake for an hour? I'm going to go pray again. He comes back. Paul's sleeping again. Or Peter's sleeping again. And Jesus said, what are you going to... Then they come to get him. Peter gets a sword out, cuts off his ear, cuts off the guard's ears. And you can almost, can't you almost just see Jesus going, this guy, he heals the ear. Then Peter denies Jesus 3 times before the cock crows. And here's what I think is so amazing and why guys like you and me have hope. Because you know what Jesus did with that crazy guy? He said, you are Peter, the rock on which I will build my church. Right. And when we're looking at people that we want to form alliances with, when we're looking at people that we need to work with to get us over the finish line this time and make sure that somebody like Donald Trump is never elected president of the United States again, it may not fit neatly into our preconceptions or our prejudices about who we should work with. But I say, if you're for democracy, if you're for civil rights, if you're for finally moving this country forward again, then you know what? We got to build those alliances that you're talking about. That may not be old alliances, but find the new alliances that bring people together that politicians try to drive apart.
All right, give it up, Joe Scarborough.
Right.
Joe
Thank you,
Scarborough.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, man.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, come on. Forget where you come from and forget how you got there and act like you got there because you were qualified or that you had a good resume. But some of us had to pay a price for your resume to even be read. Some of us had to take nights in jails and licks upside the head or shut out of boardrooms like Byron so you could walk down red carpets and act like you got there by yourself. So I received this award with a special place in my heart and on my shelf because I'm getting it from a freedom fighter who never forgot where he came from and how he got there. Yes, we've come a long way. We've had now a black president and now black vice president. But we still can get shot down and have to march to get a case in court. We still can get shut out of boardrooms. We're still doubly unemployed in a good economy. So we're gonna have to keep marching. And I thank not only my family, a mother that raised me by herself, but I thank that lady at the end of the march that knows she won't be on TV that night and knows her name will never be in the paper, but she believed in me enough to get at the end of the line and make me look good. Because Dr. King used to say, if you call a march and no one shows up, you just going for a walk. And I want to thank those that marched with me 32 years ago, here in Los Angeles, we marched. And then many years later, with George Floyd and others, we're still marching. And I'm gonna keep marching, I'm gonna keep agitating, and I'm gonna keep going. Until we don't have to do it anymore. Eddie, known you a long time, Mariah, Chris, and your kids. And I promise you this, the only thing that I really live for is I get up with this dream that every bigot, every racist, everyone in this country that hates will say, damn, he's up again.
Thank you for joining us for this afternoon session. Please remain seated as the next session will begin with the Honorable Pete Buttigieg.
That's when Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, came to me, Adam Clayton Jr., who was a pastor here at Ethiopian Coptic Cross. That was my first year when civil rights and politics.
As far as I know here, you're in trouble, where it says about 30% are unemployed. That's why I'm working hard to get this surplus food here. Some of you say to me, well, I'm not like you. I'm not a congressman. I haven't got education. I haven't got work. But you're a human being. And you know what you've got? You've got in your hand the power to use your vote and to use even those few cents you get from welfare to spend them only where you want to spend them.
I'm downtown Brooklyn at Junior's Restaurant.
We say Fort Greene?
In Fort Greene.
The Fort.
With the one and only Spike Lee, we just had breakfast and talking about what's going on in the state of the race on Juneteenth Day and encouraging everybody to come out and vote.
Come out and vote.
Movement going.
Gotta go.
We beat people tougher than Donald Trump. Don't bow now. Keep going.
Peace and love.
Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and president, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Y'all give me a dead mic. I know how to heal a mic. All right. Let that baby cry. This is a protest movement. We allow crying in here. Our next guest, and I'm proud to bring to the stage, has been here before and has been open to any time we reached out. He served as the 19th U.S. Secretary of Transportation, where he oversaw historic investment of over 70,000 infrastructure projects that were designed to bridge economic and community gaps. He's a former two-term mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and a veteran of the U.S. Navy Reserve. And he has, in my opinion, been consistent and persistent on issues of human rights and on issues that concern civil rights communities. May you welcome back to National Action Network the Honorable Pete Buttigieg. Thank you for coming, Secretary.
Thank you for having me.
Let me ask you, as one that was Secretary of Transportation, we just went through a real problem in transportation in this country with the TSA workers in many ways being used as some kind of ball back and forward with the president playing games with their salaries while he tried to hold them hostage to force the Congress and the Senate to pass a bill he wanted and to stall things like the Affordable Care Act. Talk as the Secretary of Transportation about the ramifications of playing with transportation like that, travel like that, and workers that went to work despite the fact they weren't getting paid for 3 weeks while the Congress was getting paid.
That's right. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and congratulations on 35 years of leadership in this organization. Thank you for the warm welcome. I care so much about this, not just from having worked transportation, but as a member of the traveling public. So many folks flew in order to get here. The safety of the traveling public is one of those core functions that should be beyond politics. And yet we've seen it treated as a political football. And many times they have shown their hand. For example, when the president eventually said he was going to do an executive order to make sure they got paid, he was really telling on himself, because what that means, of course, is he could have done that the whole time. And now here we are, where there's actually a bipartisan compromise to fund everything in Homeland Security, except the pieces that need to be negotiated, including TSA, Coast Guard, all of those things, work through the Senate, and Speaker Johnson not just won't bring it to a vote, the House isn't even in session. So they're not even pretending to be trying to fix this problem. And the consequence is this very real human consequence for these workers who are coming to work, doing their job, keeping us safe. I see them just about every day because I'm traveling so much. And they are a credit to this country, but they deserve so much better from their leadership.
You know the legacy of the Department of Transportation and Civil Rights. In the past, the federal government used highways and other infrastructure places, bridges, to divide communities. If one studied in New York, many of our delegates here are not from New York, there was a builder, Robert Moses, that purposely built a highway to divide blacks and from whites and others. And you, when you were serving at DOT, Department of Transportation, had to try to deal with changing the shaping of that approach. Talk about that, because I think people don't understand. If you go to any major city, it is a political decision where they build a highway.
Absolutely.
And where they're going to build certain things. And they use that to put people in certain boxes
Right.
In many cases based on race.
Right. The way I thought about it is the purpose of transportation is to connect, right? That's what a road ought to be for. It's what a bridge ought to be for. It's what a railroad ought to be for. But there's so many cases where transportation was used to divide. I mean, just to think about the fact that in the American version of the English language, we have the phrase wrong side of the tracks, right? That tells you everything you need to know about how a piece of infrastructure, a road, a bridge, a highway, can be used as a dividing line, sometimes very directly separating black neighborhoods from white neighborhoods. And our view when I was Secretary of Transportation was we ought to do something about that. If federal funding created or contributed to a problem, then federal funding ought to be part of the solution. And the really remarkable thing is that nobody is worse off when we do that. When we supported a vision in Atlanta to the stitch that takes, I think it's 75 and 85, that cut right through the heart of town, put them underground. When we fund work in Toledo or Milwaukee in order to make those roads safer, everybody's better off. Certainly black communities and other minority communities that were disadvantaged by the way that they were built are better off, but nobody's worse off when we do that. And I was astonished by how, when I started talking about this obvious historic documented fact about how some of these things were built the way they were, and about the effect it has on people today, not as a historical concern, but as a current modern day source of inequity, some of the folks over at Fox News and other places lost their minds. It was as if I said something that you're not supposed to say. But when we took action to fix it, it helped a lot of people, and it didn't hurt anybody.
Before you served as secretary, you were mayor in South Bend, Indiana, which has a large black population. And that means you had to deal with education, policing, public safety, all of that. What did that experience teach you about how to deal with the black community?
Well, I learned so much. And as a community, we went through so much. And when you were a mayor from day one, you take on board everything, the good, the bad, the painful in your community. And learned a lot of things the hard way about how to hold a community together and empower more people. We went through very challenging economic issues. We went through very challenging issues with safety and policing. We also found ways to come out stronger, just like a bone can be stronger in the broken places if you pay attention to healing in the right way. We learned how we could grow better as a city. And I know, people think, I think because our city is on the map for one reason, at least in football season and around tourney time, they maybe imagined that we're this kind of tidy, wealthy, homogenous college town. But when I took office, our poverty rate was around 25%. Our per capita income was about $18,000. Our unemployment was in the double digits. We were hurting. And when we came together to change that, the result was black unemployment fell by more than half. Poverty in the city and black poverty in the city fell. And it was very clear to me that my job was just to unlock the power that was already there in the community and to guide it in certain ways. And above all, it was a lot of listening, a lot of long quantity time as well as quality time in the community. And we didn't get everything right. But we made sure by the end of 2 terms that that community was so much better than it had been. And I'm so proud of what's going on in that city even to this day.
I remember when you were at the Department of Transportation that you ensured that infrastructure money was reached communities of color, reached disadvantaged communities. Now this administration comes in behind you and immediately sent out executive orders stopping all of that, where they not only said that's not our priority, they said you can't do that.
Right.
What are the red flags that people from around the country, our delegates here, should look for in their state to know where funds have been shifted almost in the dim of night, but that has actually happened and affect our daily lives without our understanding
Yes.
why.
So this administration has adopted a seek and destroy approach to anything that even looks like it might have something to do with helping disadvantaged communities or addressing inequity. Seek and destroy. Sometimes I think of did any of you see the movie The Quiet Place? You know, where there's this alien invasion, and if anybody makes a sound, then boom, the alien gets you. It's kind of like that. If anywhere in a paragraph, in a description of a grant that some federal money went to improve a streetscape, if the word disadvantaged or the word equity or, God forbid, anything along the lines of a reference to racial justice, if any of that showed up anywhere, boom, they go after it and they take it away. Everybody is worse off because of this funding being clawed back. To specifically answer your question of what to be on the lookout for, there's two different kinds of things. One is places where they actually have pulled back the funding for a project. I was just in East Toledo. Something I think like $20 million to take a corridor that we identified for support because it was where so many car crashes were happening. And this disproportionately happens in disadvantaged communities. Often that means black communities, often it means rural communities. This isn't only about race. And they got rid of the money to do it, literally for no other reason than neighborhood access and equity was in the name of the bill, the title that funded that program. Same thing on 6th Street in Milwaukee. Same thing in Birmingham on the historic 4th Avenue, where we had dollars going into making that historic community more walkable and more safe. So be on the lookout for places where that funding has been clawed back. And most importantly, hold your elected officials' feet to the fire. And I'm especially thinking about the Republican enablers of this president, some of whom in Congress couldn't wait to co-sign the press release when we picked the project out for funding, and now are nowhere to be found when the funding's being cut. Get their attention and make them explain to you why it is that this funding was cut and why they voted for the Trump budget that cut it. But here's the other thing. Even on the projects where they left the funding alone, look at places where they are using some excuse to try to hold it up as long as there is anything in the process that concerns fairness and equity. For example, the biggest single project in the country, the Gateway Project, right here, $16 billion to take care of a 100-year-old tunnel that hundreds of thousands of people go through every day. And they just sat on it. They just hold it. The president said he was killing it. And he didn't say, oh, it's a bad design, or the tunnel's not going to work, or we had some engineering problem. It wasn't any of that. They said they were holding it because they didn't like the provisions to make sure that it was delivered in an equitable way. Right. And of course, that makes everybody worse off. So look for those examples where something's being held up and demand answers on why.
Now, you funded dozens of projects to reconnect communities, I'll put it that way. Communities that have been bulldozed by highways. Now this administration is canceling or delaying that work to shift money to expansions that could hurt neighborhoods again. What is your advice to communities in places like Toledo or Birmingham where these projects have been canceled now?
Well, what I will say is no news to this organization, but I'll say it anyway. The biggest thing I would urge is do not underestimate your own power. So a lot of these problems are coming from the top, but the truth is so many of the decisions about what happens with those federal dollars flow through a state Department of Transportation, or even a city or a county. Forums where you can be heard. I mean, I saw for myself how activists through the National Action Network can get heard at a city council, at a state proceeding, in those forums that are a little bit closer to home. And that is a place where you can make sure, first of all, that nobody can ignore what is happening when they take away dollars for a transportation improvement that will reconnect a neighborhood or make a place safer. But also get the attention of people who can and should do differently, because we don't have to wait. And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but as important as the elections are, you don't have to wait till the election to deliver a different outcome. through political pressure. You know how to do this. Of course, it matters who's in charge, but it also matters how the people in charge behave. And how they behave depends in no small measure on you. They want you to feel powerless. They want you to feel like it's this steamroller, that there's nothing that can be done. But look at all the times they've backed down. Look at all the times they've changed their tune. To take an example from a different area of policy, we did a town hall in western Wisconsin. About 1,000 people came. In the district of a, let's just say, disagreeable MAGA congressman who refused to do a town hall with his own constituents. So we said, okay, you don't want to do a town hall, we'll do it for you. And just the fact that we were coming to town, I think might have been what inspired him to do something completely out of character, which is, even though he is no moderate, he wound up being one of the Republicans who switched his vote to vote with Democrats on extending the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. It was a miracle. I don't think it's because he suddenly saw the light about President Obama's health care vision. I think it's because he saw the headlights of what was coming at him in terms of
the headlights on our car.
The political force
right.
Of everybody who was coming to town. And I think that there are examples all across the country where we can, of course we need to mobilize for elections, but we can do so much more to make sure that these political leaders make better choices.
Now, one of the things that this organization has been in the forefront of is fighting to restore and or maintain DEI, diversity, equity, and engagement. Now, the irony of it is when George Floyd happened and his family called us in and we helped to organize and mobilize the marches and protests and worked with Senator Booker, Senator Harris around the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. I remember that you as secretary would make sure that federal contracts went to people that weren't even being considered before, as long as they could do the work. Now this administration has come in, says stop DEI, and calls any black contractor, Latino contractor, a DEI hire.
Right.
Not based on the merit,
right.
Not based on what, since the contracts they started under your administration, they've been able to deliver, is automatically assumed, which is racist in itself, that the only reason a black has a contract is somebody gave him a handout.
Right. And the irony of it, of course, is that this is about merit. This is about making sure that people and businesses who have been excluded get a chance to compete, get a chance to participate, get a chance to create generational wealth and deliver projects well. And we've seen this especially in transportation, going back certainly to Atlanta, whose black middle class today has a lot to do with the then mayor, Maynard Jackson, insisting
right.
that the airport project was fair in creating opportunities for black-led contracting firms. And a whole middle class arose out of that. Some of those businesses, I've met them, now they're in their second generation. They were delivering the renovations on the project that their parents or grandparents had delivered the groundbreaking on. It's incredible how that can work. And let's be very clear, this is not about, these guys in charge right now are not about merit.
Right.
I mean, look at how the Secretary of Defense intervened, overruling his own Secretary of the Army in order to block the promotion of black colonels deserving to be general officers. Does anybody seriously think that the reason a political creature like the Secretary of Defense overrules the career military on who ought to be promoted is because he believes in merit? Of course not. And we see the same thing with this contracting. This is about making sure that the wealth in this country goes to the kinds of people who can pay a $1 million membership fee at Mar-a-Lago. That's not about merit. Kinds of people who can contribute to the grand ballroom being built for dinners at the White House. That's not about merit. But that's who's profiting in this current environment. And we could be doing so much better as a country by ensuring that people get that chance to compete, get that chance to deliver. And that's true whether we're talking about making sure more folks get a chance to work in jobs, in service. By the way, meeting, of course, the same high standard, or whether we're talking about the business side. And when we do that, you wind up with more competition, better projects, and of course you wind up with more generational wealth being built in the very communities that were shut out of it for so long.
Well, one of the things I took note with you was in barriers in trucking, the CDL, pay, predatory leasing. Beyond the contracts, the trucking industry has built barriers. I mean, literally barriers. The cost of a CDL, predatory lending, low pay. Based on your time at DOT, what changes were made to protect drivers and to make trucking a real path of stability for black drivers?
Well, if COVID taught us anything, it's how much we count on truck drivers and other transportation workers for everything. When there's a problem I know supply chains is this kind of nerdy thing to talk about, but we all started to think about supply chains in different ways because of what we went through. And what we saw was there was a recruiting, I would say, emergency in terms of supporting, recruiting, and retaining the drivers that we need. And by the way, a very good opportunity for a durable and important career. And what we saw was that we as a country were leaving talent on the table. There were so many people who could do a great job, many of them, by the way, veterans. And look, if you were in my vehicle driving on the open road from Bagram to Kabul, I am quite sure that you could do an excellent job driving from Traverse City, Michigan to Chattanooga as a truck driver, if you want that career. And so we found ways to deal with some of the barriers, like the cost of signing up for the training to get a CDL or to go to trucking school. And by tearing down some of those artificial barriers, while maintaining a high standard for how you qualify to be a driver, we were able to see a dramatic increase in black drivers getting a chance to be part of that career and getting a chance to contribute to our supply chains.
Let me ask you about voting rights. What role do you believe that national figures like yourself should play in defending the right to vote today? We see voting rights under siege. This is not hyperbole. We have a president that has said that we want to require people to establish first birthright citizenship no longer goes. We want to require ID of birth, of a birth certificate, and passports. Passport, as I said with Vice President Harris, costs up to $200 if you don't have a passport. Many of us don't have a passport because we ain't going nowhere. We don't need one. And then many people with birth certificates, I think Ms. Harris said, suppose if it's a woman who gets married, uses a married name. And I'm saying if you are married, I would say 85, 90% of us wouldn't know where our birth certificates are. And some that are even older in the South didn't get a birth certificate. So how do you view this blatant, in my opinion, attempt to stifle the vote, particularly in communities that did not have the same economic advantages? So why would you be buying something like a passport if you were not planning on going anywhere?
Mm-hmm. And as you know well, part of what they're doing is making it impossible to do things like use your driver's license to register to vote.
Right.
Think about what that means for so many people who that's the main way you would identify yourself. Yeah, maybe you can't dig up a birth certificate. Maybe your name, a married woman, your name is different on the birth certificate than it is on your license or your voter registration. Maybe you don't have a passport. And we're talking about eligible U.S. citizens whose right to vote should never be interfered with. Just a few weeks ago, we were in Selma. I saw you last, I think, at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And seeing, as we participated in that annual commemoration, what people went through, what people fought for, to be able to vote, the blood that was spilled on that bridge, because people wanted to be able to vote. But one of the things I was reflecting on the flight home was that back then too, there was never a law that said you can't vote. They didn't say it in that way. They just found ways to stop people from voting.
That's right.
So just because you get to vote on paper doesn't mean you actually have that right if they're throwing up all of these barriers. And we've gotten so used to it, even just in the way it is now, let alone how much worse they're getting ready to make it. For example, I would argue, if you have to wait more than 1 hour in line to vote, do you really have a right to vote that's being enforced? You shouldn't have to wait more than an hour to cast your vote. Ultimately, in the long run, I think this may not be something that we can fully resolve until we have a specific constitutional protection of that right to vote. And we shouldn't be afraid to try. But we don't have until then to act now. And so I think the important thing now is to make clear just how many people are going to lose their rights. And if you really care about election integrity, and that's the phrase they always use, right? Election integrity. If you really care about election integrity, ask yourself what integrity an election has if millions of qualified, eligible voters who want their voice to be heard are being blocked by new barriers that you put in their way.
I'm almost out of time, but I want to ask you this. As a veteran, when I introduced you, I talked about you were a veteran. You called out the administration for launching this war in Iran and using falling troops' photos in fundraising. You've also warned international tensions are hitting families at the pump and the grocery store. How do you connect what's happening overseas to what people are feeling at home?
Well, first thing I think about is those troops who are overseas. I know exactly what it feels like to get on that gray-tailed military transport plane and be on your way into a war zone, and how important it is to be able to believe that the people who sent you there only did that because they had no other choice. You do not put American troops' lives on the line unless you have no other good alternative. But look at what they did. We're not in this war because we had to be. We're in this war because he wanted to be. After specifically promising not to launch these kinds of wars. And what is the result? It's not just that it destabilized the Middle East. It's not just that it's created all these problems for countries over there. It's that we're feeling it right now in the most immediate personal ways, even if no one you know is in the military. If you want a house, your mortgage went up because interest rates went up because of this war. Every time you fill up, your tank of gas got more expensive because of this war. The price of food this summer will be more expensive because fertilizer is more expensive because of this war. They are asking for an extra $500 billion for the defense budget. That is thousands of dollars for every household in this country. So we were paying directly for this. And what did we get in return? Is the world any safer? No. America is less trusted than before. When you need trust, by the way, you don't just need your allies to trust you, which is going to take a generation to reestablish. It's actually kind of important that your enemies trust that you will do what you say you're going to do. And we don't even have that anymore, which makes it that much harder to negotiate with adversaries.
Right.
And by the way, let's be very clear about what it means that this negotiation is happening now, this ceasefire. The president a month ago said unconditional surrender and regime change. Those were the goals. Regime change did not happen. We went from Ayatollah Khamenei to Ayatollah Khamenei Jr. And we went from unconditional surrender to negotiating off a 10-point plan written by the Iranians.
That he said he had wiped out.
Yeah. What do you think the world thinks of that? The next time we're going to come around saying, put your lives on the line to stand with us in some big effort. It is making America weaker, and the American people don't want this. The good news, if we can find good news in all of this, is that a lot of people have been woken up.
Yeah.
And we got to keep that going. But very importantly, when we encounter somebody who has been along for the ride with so many things that we consider to be grotesque abuses, because they are, when they start having doubts, think about how hard that is. I mean, we all know how hard it is to change your mind. Many of us have spouses who remind us how important it is to change your mind and say so when you were wrong about something, and it is one of the hardest things in the world. So if somebody is ready to take that step and at least talk to us and maybe do something differently, the message cannot be, I told you so. The message has to be, welcome aboard. What else can we do together?
What do you think, given the grave circumstances that we both agree that we're facing in some areas, what does the Democratic Party need to do to be able to be successful? Yes, we're angry, but anger does not mean everybody's going to the polls.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that we're going to sustain it till November. And I always say that you got to turn people on before you can turn them out. And what does the Democratic Party need to do to really appeal to people that have given up and feel like no matter what I do, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway?
Yeah. I think it is vitally important that we fight back the temptation to be about restoring everything to the old way. Because the reality is, if our economic and our political and our social systems were serving us well, we wouldn't be here. Right? All of that is what led to all of this. And so we have to make clear, of course, we want to see an end to the current regime, but what we really need to make clear is what we would be doing instead, that it doesn't have to be this way, and your everyday life could be better. When you get up in the morning, you can have a glass of clean, safe drinking water and get in a vehicle and go on a road that is in good condition to a job where one job is enough. And on the way there, drop your kids off at quality public education that is well funded, and come home knowing that you have health care that you can actually afford and get to a house that you can actually afford to live in. We could have those nice things. Nothing is stopping us but ourselves and our leadership. That's why we need better leadership. Of course, the other guys are bad, but that's not all there is to it. We are here to make your everyday life better than it was.
Let me ask you this, and I know the clock says it's overtime. When you ran for president, you met me and we went up, well-publicized, lunch at Sylvia's restaurant in Harlem. Just so my calendar is clear, should I be reserving a table at Sylvia's? Are you gonna run again?
You save me a seat, I'll be there.
All right. All right. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. One of the issues that we're extremely concerned about is criminal justice and where we are with policing, where we are with false and flawed incarceration, criminal justice reform, and where we are on many of the legislative issues, including the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. One who has worked diligently in this area, who's a member of the House Judiciary Committee, and who has taken time to be with us today to give some remarks from his work in the House Judiciary Committee. Let us welcome the Congressman from the Maryland's 4th Congressional District, Congressman Glenn Ivey.
Thank you. Rev, before you go, I wanted to just ask y'all, can y'all give a big round of applause for Reverend Al Sharpton? We ought to be standing up to thank him for the outstanding work that he's done over the decades. He won't remember this. In 1987, I was working for Congressman John Conyers. Y'all remember him? And he came down to meet with the congressman about issues going on in New York, criminal justice issues. And you were in a tracksuit then. You weighed a little more then, but you know what? I had a whole lot more hair then too, but you've been dynamic and dedicated through the decades. So thank you so much for all that you've done and continue to do. How y'all doing today? National Action Network, congratulations on your 35th here. And 35 more coming, right? All right. Look, the George Floyd Act, as you heard earlier, Kamala Harris introduced that on the Senate side 5 years ago after his tragic murder in Minnesota. And we've reintroduced that in the House today. I had a chance to take it over. Sheila Jackson Lee passed away. She'd been the lead sponsor, and they passed it on to me. Hakeem Jeffries picked me out and said, I want you to take the lead on this. Y'all like Hakeem Jeffries too? Doing great work. And you know what? He's going to be a great Speaker of the House, isn't he? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I went out to Minnesota back in January, and it was after Renee Good had been shot, before Alex Preddy had been killed. And you know, that's just about a mile away from where George Floyd was killed, right around the corner. Same stuff, different people, same uniforms, kinda, same injustice. We got the same solution. So when we were out there in Minnesota and those guys were running around, remember when the vice president told them they've got absolute immunity? They can't be held accountable? I made sure I went out to Minnesota and I said, you know what? Oh yeah, you can be held accountable, and you're gonna be held accountable. And you know what? They're gonna prosecute it in the state instead of the federal court. And you know what's good about that? No pardons for sale from the President of the United States. If you get convicted in state court, you can't be pardoned by the President. And I guess Derek Chauvin's going to have some new cellmates, right? So we got to make sure we push that forward. The Department of Justice has been withholding the evidence that should go to the state prosecutors. We got to make sure we keep pushing for that. I did a letter. I got 58 of my colleagues to join in on the letter and say, turn the evidence over. We know you all ain't going to do it. Let Keith Ellison and those guys do it. But we also have to look at the new piece of this too, and that's ICE. And I'll just say one thing quick about that. Those guys are out of control totally. We need a total revamp. Noam getting fired was not enough. We need the mask to come off. We need the body cameras on. We need the end of roving patrols. We need the end of racial profiling. There's enough of it. We've got to shut it down. So we got to keep fighting for that. But I got to say this too. We talked a little bit about voting issues earlier today. And we've got a lot of challenges coming. We have it every election. We want to make sure we have poll watchers, people out to make sure things are going smoothly. Got a new challenge this year that I think we need to be ready for. That's ICE showing up at polling places. We got to be ready for that. And remember when they rolled out the National Guard, like in DC and Los Angeles? They might do that again. And they're not going to just do it generally. If they bring them out, they might take them to polling places. So in addition to us doing the usual poll watching that we do, we've got to be extra involved, start to finish, making sure we're keeping our eyes on whoever's out there, whether it's just the usual crazy MAGA guys doing all their tricks, or ICE and the National Guard. Are we ready for that? Are we ready to do it? We need all hands on deck. National Action Network has been outstanding in doing it. All hands on deck, right? We got some Divine Nine in here? Yeah, all right. We need y'all too. We need that network. We got the faith community involved too. I know they're in the lunch next door, but y'all ready too? We need all hands on deck. And what that also means is part of what happened in 2024, a lot of the young folk didn't get the messages that we were trying to send out. We've been doing it through traditional routes. You know, they do that thing where they wait till the last week of October and they start running TV commercials and act like that's enough. It's not enough. We got to get out and reach out to these young folks where they are, and we can't wait till the last minute, right? We got to get on it soon. And the issue here is trusted voices. They don't always trust the voices that they hear, but they know you. They know grandma. They know cousin. We need all of us talking to all of our family and our friends all across the country. You up for that? We've got to do it. Now, one of the things to remember on that front, because I know a lot of times we used to rely on television. I've got 6 kids. And no, I did not play in the NBA. I tried, but, I was just too short, But anyway, but look, a lot of the young folks, my youngest is 26. He doesn't watch TV. So when they run political ads on TV, he doesn't see them. He doesn't listen to the radio. So the radio ads don't work. He doesn't read the newspaper. So if you put an ad in the newspaper, he's not going to see it. And social media, well, we got to make sure we're on the right social media. I thought I was doing something when I got on Facebook, but they started chuckling, man. He's like, Facebook been gone for 10 years, Dad. What you talking about? We got to find them where they are, and we got to reach out to them person to person. Remember that old song, Person to Person? Remember Sly Stone, Everyday People? We've got to make sure we're reaching out to the everyday people everywhere that they are. Last point I want to make. When you talk to folks, make sure you talk about the affordability piece, and you've heard that over and over today, right? We want to make sure people have a roof over their heads, food on the table, money to turn the lights on. We've got to let people know the reason all that's been undercut is Trump's been raising prices on everything, right? He said he was going to come in and lower prices, but what did he do? They went up. The first thing, he started this war. Before he got in office, Biden, it was like $2.90 something for gas. I'm down a little farther south. It's over $4 now. Grocery prices went up. Why is that? Because of those stupid tariffs that he put on all over the country, all over the world. So food coming in, gets the Trump tax, makes it cost more. Electricity prices went up. Y'all got high electric bills up here in New York? I thought so. But he did that too. And you know why? We had the green power about to come online, so we're going to increase the supply of electricity. He blocked it. He paid $1 billion so that they couldn't roll it out. Why would he do that? Because he's got billionaire friends he's trying to hook up. Right? Right? So we got to make sure we deal with that piece. Also, there's got to be accountability. Got to be accountability. Elon Musk, when we take the House back, the first subpoena that goes out should be to Elon Musk. Second subpoena, I want to find out what those folks got in exchange for that $400 million airplane. Remember that one? And don't forget the $4 billion in crypto that they gave him. That's not right. And then the last piece we got to deal with, Rev mentioned criminal justice. Think about these presidential pardons he's been giving out. I'm sorry, he's not giving them out. He's been selling them. I mean, you hate to say it, but it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? They come up with $1 million. And you know the worst part about that, like all the January 6th guys that stormed it, 5 cops died during that. Now think about if you'd had a crowd like this that looks like us, that went and raided the Capitol like that, and 5 cops died. Would y'all have gotten pardons? I don't think so. Matter of fact, you would have been lucky to get to the jail, right? And the other part about the pardons is when they pardon these guys, he's pardoning people also who committed fraud against folks, took their money. When they get pardoned, they don't have to pay restitution. They don't have to pay it back. So we shouldn't have been surprised, though, because the guy that they sent to the White House, he's a felon. He tried to act like he's not, but he's a felon. And remember, most felons, they can't get in public housing. He's in the White House. So you know he's getting special treatment. But guess what? 2026, we're taking the House and the Senate back. 2028, we take the White House back. Let's send him back, get him back in the criminal justice system, and move forward with getting us back on track. Keep up the great work. God bless, and have a great day.
All right. Give it up, Congressman Ivey. One of the things that I've learned down through the years is there are those that have paid a price and have opened doors, and their wisdom you can't learn in a book. One of the misnomers of Western civilization is that they teach some of us that they have put in a servitude situation to reject hearing from those that travel the road before us. It is always wise to talk to somebody that's been down the road that you're traveling, because they know where the potholes are. They know where the snakes in the bushes are, especially if they have traveled that road. And we honored to have a man that did not start in the halls of power. He started as an activist, been to jail in the South, and worked his way into the halls of power as the movement that he was a part of opened those doors. Them doors didn't open automatic. That's why a lot of people are going right now with a DEI. I've got black executives calling me that would never return our call before, because all of a sudden they get in the pink slip. And I'm saying, oh, I thought you didn't have my phone number. Because they assume that their merit got them the job. Well, and a lot of them do have merit. But merit didn't count until some people paid a price to make our merit considered like everybody else. We could play baseball before Jackie Robinson. We just weren't allowed on the team. We could be the president of major corporations. We could be all of that. We just weren't allowed. We were not unprepared. We were barred. And this man was part of those as a young student that fought the barring and then earned the right to walk in the doors that he opened. And I asked him to be with us today just for a few minutes conversation, because he is the dean of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman from South Carolina, the Honorable Jim Clyburn. see the reaction in New York.
Thank
right?
you, thank you, thank you. Love you guys. Thank you.
Glad to have you, Congressman. First of all, you and I go back, and I know what I'm talking about. That he met his wife in the struggle. They got arrested together.
Thank you.
And I remember 21 years ago when I ran for president, he met me at the Marriott Hotel, Columbia, and said, now look here, I can't come out and make an endorsement, but I'm gonna help you. And he did, and we went double digits in there, and this way before I was known that well nationally. He's always been that kind of person, but let's go back to your days as an activist. What got you involved in the movement, and what did you do as a young man? I want people to understand who Jim Clyburn was. And you didn't start in a political club and somebody appointing you as their patronage. Talk about your movement experience.
Well, I was born in a little town of Sumter, South Carolina. And when I was growing up, the NAACP was going throughout the South, doing the things that were necessary to tear down those barriers, get off the back of the bus, get into quality schools. And the white power structure in the state decided to break the back of the NAACP. And they filed a lawsuit against our Sumter chapter. The suit was called Nash versus the NAACP. And my mother, a beautician, got involved raising money to fight that lawsuit. And one day she came home from the courthouse during the trial, and she said to me, James, I want you to get in the car. I'm gonna take you downtown to the courthouse because I want you to see what you can be when you grow up. She wanted me to see an attorney, Matthew Perry, arguing on behalf of the Sumter branch of the NAACP. He lost that lawsuit, but he won the hearts and minds of South Carolinians all over. So I go to an NAACP youth chapter meeting, and in the middle of the meeting, I had to go to the restroom. And when I came back, they told me, you just got elected president of the youth chapter. It was 2 months before my 13th birthday. I was 12 years old. And then I go off to South Carolina State and get involved in the sit-ins. I just happened to be on that campus when those students sat in up at Greensboro, North Carolina. And we decided in Orangeburg, South Carolina, we were gonna follow suit. But we got locked up. And while I was in jail, waiting to get bailed out, a young lady came to the jail to bring us some food. This little 92-pounder walked toward me with a hamburger in her hands. When I reached for the hamburger, she broke it in half, gave me one half, she ate the other half. I was so grateful for that half hamburger, I married her 18 months later. And I thought that was a chance meeting. I didn't know until our 10th wedding anniversary that she came forward with the truth. It seems that one day she was standing in her dormitory window with her roommate and saw me walking across the campus with a young lady. She told her roommate, they do not make a good couple. He is going to be my husband. And I found out that night that she had been trolling me. Well, you got to know Emily. And you know that once she set her mind to something, I did not have a chance. And so we stayed married for 58 years and throughout all that time, she was a quiet activist. I was out there sitting in, marching, going to jail. She was keeping notes. I never shall forget. I'm sitting in church one Sunday, and after church we went to Sunday dinner, and she said to me, "Do you know why Mrs. Brown's got a problem with you?" I says, "No, I didn't know she had a problem." She said, "Well, she does, and you need to find out what it is." And I said, "Well, I'll give her a call." She told us a little page out of a notebook. "Here's her number. Call her now." And that's the relationship we had. And so, as you know, anytime you're out there on the forefront, there's got to be somebody that's a rudder. And so she had been that rudder, and I carry that with me even until this day. And so when she passed away 6 years ago, she kept notes for me. She kept me on the straight and narrow. And although I was the face of our household, she was the rudder.
That's right. A gracious woman. And Reverend Nelson Rivers, that heads our Religious Affairs Department, nationally pastors in North Charleston. We started a award from the National Action Network named after your wife, and the first recipient of it was, we gave it to Congressman Clyburn, and Nelson decides every year with his committee.
Yes, Nelson.
Yeah, he's standing
I met Nelson when he was in the 12th grade.
Yeah.
He wanted to go to college, and I didn't meet him, I just met his name. His counselor came to me and said, "I got a young man that needs to go to college. Can you help him?" I was running a little program sending rural children from Charleston County and Beaufort to college. And she told me, "Can you make an exception for one young man that I have?" And I said, "Mrs. Whipper, if you ask, I shall provide." And it was Nelson Rivers, who went on to college from Mrs. Lucille Whipper. And look what he is doing now. That was a pretty good investment.
Great investment. You were critical in Joe Biden's election.
Thank you.
I will never forget that many of us were going different ways. And the morning after the debate, the Democratic debate in Charleston, I had had a minister's breakfast. That's where we first gave the award named after your wife. And all of the candidates came, Bernie Sanders, Liz Warren, everybody. And many were getting ready to endorse Bernie Sanders or somebody. You called me to the side, you were standing there with Joe Biden. And you said to me, "Reverend, I want you to know I'm coming to your breakfast, but by noon, I'm going to endorse Joe." And Biden was standing there. I said, "You are?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, I don't know if I'm going to endorse him, but I'll tell you one thing, I certainly won't go against him if you with him." And eventually I went with him. And that is why Joe Biden and I kind of got along. He said, Jim, because some of the preachers, including my mentor, went with Bernie. And what stopped me was the word of Jim Clyburn. And I remember 3 years later, the president, Joe Biden, was going to Texas to make a speech about changing the rules of the UN. And he invited me to go with him on Air Force One. And I got on Air Force One with Jim Clyburn. Clyburn said, "You're glad I stopped you from that other endorsement, didn't you?"
Well, you know,
but I say all that to say, whoever wins this nomination has got to come through South Carolina because the calendar changed. And whoever comes through South Carolina has to have the blessings of Jim Clyburn. what are you going to be looking for in the candidate that you decide to ultimately go for?
I'm going to see the candidate that comes forward here in 2026 to help us fight off what I know to be the efforts to make sure that the voting rights that we now enjoy, to make sure that the turnout that's going to be necessary this year takes place. Because if the SAVE Act becomes law, those 61 or 2 Congressional Black Caucus members we now have will be down to 30 within 2 years, and another half of that in the next 2 years. Why I know that? Because that's what happened the last time they passed laws like the SAVE Act. We lost the ability to cast our votes. They didn't call them picture ID. They called them things like how many bubbles are in a bar of soap, how many jelly beans are in that jar. They didn't say, as the secretary said earlier, you can't vote. They just made it near impossible for you to get registered to vote. And that's what is taking place today. And I want to see the candidates focus on 2026. What are we going to do to hold on to that vote? What are we going to do to make health care accessible and affordable? Housing accessible and affordable. Education accessible and affordable. Energy. I want to see our candidates who want to be carry the mantle in 2028 come forward now. Lay out your proposals. Let us get attached to your platforms this year so that we can have a successful off-year election. Because if we do not win these off-year elections this year, there ain't going to be no election in 2028.
You have been adamant about dealing with the questions of voting, what you just said, and the unfinished business of racial justice. It's about 11 years ago, we had to deal with the killing in Mother Emanuel in Charleston. And we see hate crimes are still on the rise, criminal justice reform. How do we change this situation that we're in unless we get George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and other reforms? And should that not be, along with voting, those the things that we demand of the candidates as they come forward so that they got to stand up on our issues?
Absolutely. And let me just remind you of this. I just finished a book that I've been on tour with. I just came from Michigan, spent 2 days up in Detroit. The weekend before, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina, Durham, Greensboro, talking about this. And let me tell you this. A lot of people think that Reconstruction came to an end because some big wave came over the country. Not so. Jim Crow did not become the law of the land because of some big wave that came over the country. No. I'm the 9th African American to serve in Congress from South Carolina. There were 8 before me. The problem is there are 95 years between number 8 and yours truly, number 9. Why and how? Reconstruction came to an end by a vote of 8-7. One vote. Jim Crow became the law of the land by an electoral college vote of 185 to 184. Your one vote is going to be the most important thing going this year. It doesn't take a wave. It only takes one vote. Those are the two most consequential things that happened to us in the last century and a half. The big thing that started that destruction back in 1876 was something called the Hamburg Massacre, right there in South Carolina. The Hamburg Massacre took place on July 4th, 1876. So what was going on in this country on July 4th, 1876? We were celebrating 100 years. The country was established in 1776, and as we were having our 100th birthday, they pulled off the big Hamburg Massacre. We're getting ready to celebrate this year, 250 years. My question to each and every one of you, how will you celebrate our 250th anniversary? Are you going to do it by getting people registered, energized, and to the polls? Or are we going to wait back and let another massacre come forward? Or are we going to allow the SAVE Act or some other act to come out and start a downward spiral again? We aren't going to do that. Why? Because I'm going to be working with this guy. I just talked to your man in Detroit. I just talked to your man in Las Vegas. We're making appointments now. I'm going to be going all over this country. I'm going to go every place, as many of you know. Come July 21st, I'm going to celebrate the 47th anniversary of my 39th birthday. And I'm going to go everywhere those 86 years can allow me to go, because I don't want to see my children, my grandchildren, your grandchildren live through what our grandparents lived through. That's what they are planning. We're going to disrupt their plans this year. And I said all that, and you got 2 minutes to spare. I'm going to put you back on schedule.
And I want everybody to be able to welcome him as he goes on his tour. I'm going to go with him on some of it. But he's right. I mean, he said it all and left me 2 minutes. But I think that you've got to understand, nothing was more powerful said in these 3 days so far than your one vote. And that's the message you got to bring back to your cities, that one vote. And I think that you can say you heard it from the sage from the South.
Thank you, guys.
Clyburn.
Appreciate you. Love you, guys.
seated. There is another panel. Please remain seated. There is another panel.
All over the world today, people are gathered in love vigils to celebrate the life of a man that taught the world how to love. People may be wondering why there's such an emotional outburst, but you would have to understand the journey of Michael to understand what he meant to all of us. For these that sit here as the Jackson family, a mother and father with 9 children that rose from a working class family in Gary, Indiana. They had nothing but a dream. No one believed in those days that these kind of dreams could come true. But they kept on believing, and Michael never let the world turn him around from his dreams. I first met Michael around 1970, Black Expo, Chicago, Illinois, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who stood by this family till now. And from that day as a cute kid to this moment, he never gave up dreaming. It was that dream that changed culture all over the world. When Michael started, it was a different world. But because Michael kept going, because he didn't accept limitations, because he refused to let people decide his boundaries, he opened up the whole world. In the music world, he put on one glove, pulled his pants up, and broke down the color curtain, where now our videos are shown and magazines put us on the cover. It was Michael Jackson that brought blacks and whites and Asians and Latinos together. It was Michael Jackson that made us sing "We Are the World" and feed the hungry long before Live Aid. Because Michael Jackson kept going, he created a comfort level where people that felt they were separate became interconnected with his music. And it was that comfort level that kids from Japan and Ghana and France and Iowa and Pennsylvania got comfortable enough with each other to later it wasn't strange to us to watch Oprah on television. It wasn't strange to watch Tiger Woods golf. Those young kids grew up from being teenage, comfortable fans of Michael to being 40 years old and being comfortable to vote for a person of color to be the president of the United States of America. Michael did that. Michael made us love each other. Michael taught us to stand with each other. There are those that like to dig around mess, but millions around the world, we're going to uphold his message. It's not about mess, it's about his love message. As you climb up steep mountains, sometimes you scar your knee, sometimes you break your skin, but don't focus on the scars, focus on the journey. Michael beat him. Michael rose to the top. He outsang his cynics. He outdanced his doubters. He outperformed the pessimists. Every time he got knocked down, he got back up. Every time you counted him out, he came back in. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. I want to thank to Mrs. Jackson and Joe Jackson, his sisters and brothers. We thank you for giving us someone that taught us love, someone that taught us hope. We want to thank you because we know it was your dream too. And we know that your heart is broken. I know you have some comfort from the letter from the President of the United States and Nelson Mandela, but this was your child. This was your brother. This was your cousin. Nothing will fill your heart's loss. But I hope the love that people are showing will make you know he didn't live in vain. And I want his 3 children to know, wasn't nothing strange about your daddy. It was strange what your daddy had to deal with. But he dealt with it. He dealt with it anyway. He dealt with it for us. So some came today, Mrs. Jackson, to say goodbye to Michael. I came to say thank you. Thank you because you never stopped. Thank you because you never gave up. Thank you because you never gave out. Thank you because you tore down our divisions. Thank you because you eradicated barriers. Thank you because you gave us hope. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael.
Dresses fancy and don't deal with the ministry. Jesus healed more people than he preached to. Because there is in the healing your message. They followed Jesus because he healed a woman with the issue of blood. They followed Jesus because Jesus saw a blind man named Bartimaeus. A lot of us would have dismissed him because he was a broke, poor, homeless, a blind man. How you know he was a broke, Reverend? Because they say he was begging. But he understood what he was doing because he heard that Jesus was passing by. And when Jesus got close enough, he said, Jesus, son of David, come see about me. They kept telling Jesus, let's go, look, we got a schedule, we got people to see. He said it again, Jesus, son of David, come see about me. And when he did it the third time, Jesus stopped and went and healed the blind man. Now, what I get out of that scripture, Bishop Daughtry, is that the blind man told Jesus, if you are who you say you are, you're going to stop and see me. Yes, sir. And if you stop and see me, you will confirm who you are. Yeah. But when we are pastoring and leading in communities with bad health, we cannot be the followers and representatives of Jesus and walk by people that are sick and we not be part of making them well.
Let's get music in there, Pat.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is Monique Presley, Esquire, principal of the Presley Firm, PLCC.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings. How are you doing so far today? It's always wonderful to be back here where we have the conversations that matter. I am so excited to be discussing a topic that, whether we want it to be or not, should be at the forefront of our minds and our hearts, and that is the state of immigration policy here in this country. I want to invite my panelists to come on out. If you would help me welcome Murad Awada, Reverend Robert Bush, George Escobar, Gerlin Joseph, Patrice Lawrence, Dorian Spence, Amadou Lee, and Latrice Cook. Let's give them all a hand. Before we get started, I've been thinking a good deal and frankly praying a good deal about this topic. For those of you who have not been with me here at NAN before, Monique Presley, I have a daily show, the Monique Presley Show, and I run a crisis management and communications firm in DC. And one of the things that we talk about frequently is humanity. Humanity. Not people who just care about things we care about, come from where we come from, look like we look, talk like we talk, eat what we eat, practice the same faith as us, but human to human, what rights are vested in us as part of the Constitution of the United States. And the gift that we have today is a group of people who have devoted their lives and are currently devoting their lives to the work of upholding and protecting human beings who are immigrants in this country so that they can have the same inalienable rights as any, and frankly, those of us who were born here need that same protection right about now. Can I get an amen, somebody? So whatever is going on right now in our immigrant population, we should care about, one, because it is our neighbors, it is our family, it is our friends, it is those we work with, those we practice faith walk with, but we also frankly need to care because what is happening with them, we're next. So I'm going to give my panelists, each of them, an opportunity to just quickly share 30 seconds worth of their work, starting from my far left, to introduce themselves, and then we'll hit our questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Robert Bush, and I am the president of the National Action Network in Las Vegas.
Good afternoon. My name is Latrice Cook. I am the president for the Central Texas chapter of NAN in Austin, Texas, the capital city. I am glad to be here. I'm also the founder and executive director for Milch Center, which assists, for 23 years, which assists people who have previously been incarcerated and their families. I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrice Lawrence, and I serve as the Executive Director for UndocuBlack Network. We're a national, multi-generational network of currently and formerly Black undocumented folks from the Caribbean, from Africa, from all over the diaspora, and I've got folks in about 30 states.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorian Spence. I am a civil rights litigator, and I serve as the litigation coordinator for Communities United for Status and Protection, which is a coalition of organizations that fight for permanent status for folks with temporary protected status that are living in the country. That organization or that coalition includes UndocuBlack and my co-panelist organization, Haitian Bridge Alliance, as well as African Communities Together, ADICAR, National Network of Arab American Communities, and Haitian Bridge Alliance.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? You could do better than that. This is post-lunch. How are you feeling? Good afternoon. My name is Murad Ouauda. I'm the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition. We're an organization of over 200 member orgs across the state of New York, here fighting for all New Yorkers to ensure that we can all live with dignity and respect. Thank you for having us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Escobar, so I am the executive director of CASA. CASA is an immigrant rights and services membership-based organization. We have offices in Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and we work to empower our community and ensure they have full freedom. Thanks so much for having us.
Good afternoon, New York. My name is Gerline Joseph. I am the co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance. We are an organization that advocates for the rights of people of African descent, and we bring together immigration, human rights, and racial justice for all people.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amadou Lee. I'm the founder of the Amadou Lee Foundation. And pretty much what we do, we fight for immigrant rights. Most of you heard of Canal Streets. Events like that, when ICE raids places, we stand up and we fight for our people.
Murad, I think it's a good way to start with you because your organization is the largest state immigrant rights coalition in this country. Thank you for that and for your leadership. You represent over 200 diverse groups. I'm wondering if you can give us kind of a high-level overview of what the attacks have looked like under the current administration, the Trump administration. We call him thing a thing today. The war that's being waged on immigrants in this country, what have those attacks looked like, and what are some counter strategies that we should be thinking about to protect our communities?
Absolutely, and thank you. I think what we've witnessed over the past year and 3 months under this administration and this regime, to be specific, is over 600 anti-immigrant attacks from the federal government. 600, that is more than 2 a day since they've come into office. And that ranges from ending status, so making people undocumented, all the way to trying to ensure that immigrants can't have access to benefits, even if they are entitled to them, to waging war literally in the streets of cities across this country where they are murdering immigrants and US citizens alike. And what we have been seeing is this relentlessness of their cruelty. Because I want to be clear, this has never been about safety and security, and it never will be. It is about cruelty, and that is their point. And in administrations like the one we are facing right now, we are not veering into authoritarianism and fascism. We are in it. Every level of government that is supposed to be a check on the presidency has capitulated, and they are complicit in what we are witnessing right now. So Congress isn't stepping up and fighting back. We're not seeing our courts step up and fight the way they should. And what that puts us in a position of is ensuring that everyone who calls this country home is actually fighting for the country that we want to see it become. Because, oftentimes people forget that this nation was born out of a rebellion against the monarchy. And, this current iteration of this country. And for 250 years, this country will turn 250 years this year. It has fought for freedoms, but not everyone has gotten those freedoms. That promise has not been met. And it will need to take the citizens of this country to demand the freedoms for all. So some of the strategies we've been employing is ensuring that our local and state governments step up and actually fight back in a really meaningful way, and not just performative actions or saying a cute speech. We need action. And that's why this conference is so important and this convention is so important, because it's not just about power or talking about power, it's power in action, right? This is about justice, impact, and purpose, and we have to center those three values every time we do the work that we do. So at the state level, we have been fighting for the New York For All Act, which would prohibit the collusion of our state tax dollars with immigration enforcement. And if you haven't seen any of your state reps here, I saw a bunch of them outside, you should pull them over to the side and say, hey, where are you on New York For All, and what are you doing to make that a reality today? Secondly, if you see any of our city reps, who I saw some in the hallway as well, ask them, how are they prioritizing our communities in the New York City budget? And how are they ensuring that our sanctuary policies are being strengthened and expanded, not weakened or sidelined by certain agencies? So every level of government has an opportunity to stand up and fight back. And democracies are only as strong as the people who make them. So if we're not stepping up to fight for what we believe in, no one else is going to come and do it for us. And that poem of they came for this group first. And I don't want to continue the poem. No. We know how this government is operating, and we know that what they are trying to do is use immigrants as test subjects to get away with how many rights they can take away from everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Who in the audience knows the size of our immigrant population in the United States? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody willing to take an educated guess? How many? Immigrant population in the United States. Okay, I'm hearing 1 million, I'm hearing a percentage, I'm hearing 12 million. As of mid-2025, approximately 51.9 million immigrants live in the United States. Wow. 15.4% of the population. The so-called unauthorized or undocumented population is an estimated 14 million. So when we talk about a tax by the administration, we are talking about a tax on a group of people that are almost twice the size of our largest populated state. Patrice, hundreds of thousands of Black undocumented immigrants live in this country. The administration has ended TPS, you can tell us what that is, for majority Black countries and blocked visas for 85% of Caribbean nations. But my question to you is, what is the single most important step, now that we know how many people we're talking about? The single most important step that people in this room can take starting tomorrow to ensure Black immigrants are fully embraced and defended as part of our community.
Thank you, Monique. Patrice on DocuBlack, and I think the most important step is to make sure that what we do matches what we say, matches what's in your heart. And so we don't necessarily need the facts. We don't necessarily need the additional stories. Every single person in this room is maybe 1 degree removed from someone who is a Black immigrant and someone who at some point in their life had a visa status that was a little wonky. That's what I mean when I'm especially talking about people who are undocumented Black people. Folks who have temporary protected status, TPS, folks who may have DACA, all these names and acronyms that are being thrown around. But I think we have to ensure that Black immigrants are treated as they are, which is central to democracy and not separate from it. When we have what has been discussed here today, poll taxes, you need to get your passport, all these things that we know the SAVE Act and other things are saying for people to vote. When we have TPS being stripped away, when we have every single Caribbean nation as of January this year being banned from the US in some shape or form, we're in trouble. And they're going after Black people, and they're trying to see how far can they go with us, who may be a more vulnerable population, to then exact that in the larger population. It's like in and out, because Black people in America have had stories to tell. So it's really important that we treat it as central to democracy, and that when we fight for all. We name what's true, we demand what we need, and we invest in the populations that we say we care about.
Thank you. George, CASA serves a massive, diverse coalition. In 2026, we are facing heightened enforcement, the expansion of expedited removal, and intensified workplace raids designed to overwhelm community infrastructure. I don't think there's anybody who's living in this country now who lives in an area close to a Home Depot or close to a grocery store where they're not seeing these unexpected pop-up, don't make no sense, no criminal to be found type raids happening. CASA has a massive operation, legal services, rapid response, policy advocacy. How are you adopting and adapting to this specific moment? What are you doing differently now than in Trump 1? And what's your message to organizations that feel like they have to choose between direct service and political advocacy?
That's a great question. Thank you so much, Monique. I think, first of all, I want to give a lot of love to everybody that works in your social safety net, right? All those folks that work at food pantries, all those folks that work in community clinics, all those folks that work so diligently in providing legal counsel, pro bono and low bono, right? But at the end of the day, we also have to realize that that is a reflection of this government's choice to nickel and dime how they treat our most vulnerable communities, right? We have to realize that when you don't acknowledge the right, the universal right to healthcare, for example, or the fact that legal representation is something that the government should be paying for within the context of even the immigration court, you're seeing how you're putting that burden to really fulfill this country's promise on tiny, overburdened, underpaid, and under-resourced nonprofits across the country, right? This is not the way that this country is supposed to operate. While at the same time we're underfunding our most vulnerable communities, what do we have going on now in the Department of Defense, which has changed their name to the Department of War? Trillions of dollars, right? Trillions of dollars are being invested, and every year we see those budgets increase and astronomically, while we're seeing even the president say, you can't pay for healthcare. That should be taken care of by the states, right? All of us that work in the services sector and social services, we should be working every day to get out of that job, right? We should be working our way out of that job. And the only way to do that is through policy and advocacy. Policy and advocacy that is led by the leadership of the impacted communities that are being disproportionately impacted by those policies, right? And so at CASA, we're founded by an organization that's really founded upon 3 pillars. One is services, policy advocacy, and organizing. And all of those work in service to each other and complement with each other and build upon each other, right? It's necessary for us. We were able to build that infrastructure within our organization, but it's necessary at all times for all of us to be working together across those different pillars, regardless of what the particular jobs that we have. We may be only working in the services sector, we may be only working in the advocacy sector, but we gotta be working together, because at the same time, as we try to build leadership within our communities and build those leaders that are gonna change those policies over the long term, we got to make sure that they're taken care of in the short term, right? They need jobs, they need to sustain their families. They need legal counsel when they're being targeted by their landlords, when they're being taken away and kidnapped by this government, right? So we have to understand that we have to do our best to meet those needs at the same time that we got to push, organize, and advocate. And in terms of how we've been adjusting to the moment and Trump 1 versus 2, I think in a lot of ways in Trump 1, we thought we really relied on the judicial branch of this government, right? We tried to do our best to delay the worst that can happen and try to bring in a lot of white shoe law firms to work with organizations such as ourselves, and brought up lawsuits in federal court, trying to protect DACA, trying to protect DPS, what we just heard about. Our first case at CASA that landed in the Supreme Court was to preserve the census, because Trump 1 was trying to not count people like us, any non-citizen, right? But what we found now in Trump 2, that's not enough. Those safeguards are not there anymore. Our judicial branch is crumbling, and we need to be proactive in creating the protective measures at the local, state level to disentangle local law enforcement from federal law enforcement, right? To disentangle that collaboration that happens at the local level that really supersizes the impact of those deportations, because those deportations would not be occurring if not for that collaboration that we're seeing at the local and state level. And I see a lot of champions out here in the audience. Shout out to Mr. Ivey, to Congressman Glenn Ivey, who's been in the streets with us, advocating and pushing ICE to be accountable and ensuring that disentanglement happens. And that's the work we got to be doing on a daily basis.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that. Reverend Bush, I got to tell you, out of all the questions I'm asking today, I was most excited about this one, because as I tried to put us in the seat of human-to-human care about the immigration issue, we can't ignore that in the Black and brown communities, there has been a level of frustration, there's been a level of friction, and frankly, the divisive nature of our current state of politics has been intentionally revving it up, intentionally trying to forge what should be community into animosity. We see in your area in Las Vegas that you rely heavily on immigrant labor. The culinary union has shown that when Black and brown folks get together, when we come together instead of being at odds, that great things can be achieved. Yet the wedge still persists. How do you speak to that frustration in a way that builds unity without dismissing real pain? And beyond just speaking to the frustration, how do you show others through your own example and your organization's example why they should care?
I think this is one of the hardest communication challenges in the public that we have right now. But I think with the numbers that you stated, it's probably extremely important. And I think we have to ask, because immigrants, most of us, most of our families, not our family, because the American dream, we weren't brought here because of the American dream. We were forced to come here as a people. But for immigrants, they came here because of the American dream. And I think we could start by asking, are we still selling the American dream? and because the administration is trying to kill the American dream. But we have to start by separating the sources of our pain, because we have to understand that immigration frustration is usually not about the immigrants. It's usually about economic status, economic anxiety, jobs, housing, wages, and housing costs. And then we have to talk about cultural change. Cultural change that happens faster than a lot of people can process it. And then we have to talk about a felt sense of immigrants and our people where the rules aren't being applied fairly for everybody. And so immigration frustration is about distrust in institutions that are misleading. And so most of our frustrations, whether from long-time residents or immigrants, point to the same failed systems. It's all about failed systems. Underfunded public schools, low wages, housing scarcity, and then we have to change our focus to those areas where we're lacking rather than letting people aim at each other. And so I don't think that we should flatten our experiences. We have to first acknowledge that there is pain. Yes. And then unity doesn't mean pretending that everyone's all right. Unity means coming together. In Las Vegas especially, we consider ourselves bridge builders. God told us for our organization that we would be repairer of breaches. And we have to not work in silos. We can't be on an island by ourselves. And most of the people that are in our organizations are that lead areas in our organization lead organizations of their own. And we've just brought them all together in unity. And so I can pick up the phone and call the executive director of the ACLU or the Culinary Union or the SIU. I saw our very own Reverend Sharpton build relationships with unions. And when he had his relationship with Mary Kay from SEIU, I went back and told my SEIU president, I said, I want to build the same thing on the ground here that Reverend Sharpton has built nationally. And so we take all those organizations and we are united, and when we hit the streets or we hit the doorsteps of our legislators, we're all in unity. And one of my mentors, Bishop Bill McDonald, said, if you try to put your finger through a wall, you probably break your finger. Mm-hmm. But you can put your fist through a wall. Yes. And we as organizations, we've combined to be that fist that can go through any wall.
Excellent, thank you. Gerlin, I don't have to tell you that the Haitian community has endured TPS instability and mass deportations. I'm just putting it on mildly by saying endured instability. Now, too often the response from the broader movement has been episodic rather than sustained. What do you see as the biggest missed opportunity in how advocates have responded to attacks on Haitian immigrants? And what would it look like if the Black Church and NAN chapter stood with Haitian immigrants as family? Give us one concrete example with the time that you have available that can help us bring ourselves that information back to the pews.
Thank you so much, Monique. And I think I can begin by one of the facts that you shared earlier. And I want to highlight that 1 out of every 4 Black person in the United States is either an immigrant or a child of immigrant. That includes Vice President Harris, that includes President Obama, that includes Shirley Chisholm, that includes all the other people who have become a part of what we call Black America, the Black diaspora. So when we are talking about immigration, we have to understand and center the realities that when I woke up this morning as a Haitian American woman, I woke up this morning as a Black American woman, I woke up this morning as an immigrant.
That's right. That's right. Y'all, we can clap for that. That's right.
Thank you so much. And also understanding how we are unfortunately carrying the load of a system that is rooted in a scarcity mentality, in a divide and conquer, and continues to really center that within Black America, within underprivileged communities. So therefore, when we look into the Black churches that I was raised into, when the Holy Spirit moves, it moves for us to be able to address the injustice. It needs to be able to move us to welcome people with dignity, with love and compassion, regardless of where they come from, but specifically when they are part of the Black diaspora. And we see, thank you so much, beloveds. And when we are addressing those issues, and within our Black community, there's a divide and conquer. And they say, we don't want Haitians and Jamaican like my sister Patrice from Undark Black, or my brother Amadou, right? But how are we centering those realities? How are we applying what we need? And I do believe institutions like the Black churches specifically, wherever we might find them in Mississippi or in New York City, I think we can embrace that reality and push back against this narrative of divide and conquer. Because we have to remember, my family, Patrice's family, were dropped one boat stop away from your family that was sold to a plantation in North Carolina. So because the system, the colonial system, the white supremacist system was able to divide our families, doesn't mean we are no longer family. It means that it is time for us to come back together, to address our past, and create a future that includes all of us. When they are shooting Black people in the streets, they don't care if I have an accent.
That's right.
When they are shooting Black people in the street, they don't care if I was born in Haiti. Because I remember Abdelwima in New York City right here. I remember Amadou Diallo in New York City right here. As we are really pushing into addressing George Floyd, and we have to understand our lives are interconnected. So we are family, and as the church, right, I believe we are called to be Christ-like, and I believe that regardless of what religion, what belief you practice, at the center of it all, love, care, compassion is what we are called to do. So I think one of the things that we do at the Haitian Bridge Alliance is bring this immigration narrative, bring that into social justice and racial justice, and center that in human rights so we can make sure we address those in a Black context as well.
Thank you, Caroline. My fellow Esquire, let's chop up some law for a minute. Dorian, you focus on policing and enforcement. The administration has expanded 287G agreements, I'll let you explain what that is, that turn local police into ICE agents. I think it's turned them into thugs. Organizers tell us that by the time a lawsuit is filed, the family is often already gone, therefore no remedy remains available. How do you see the relationship between legal strategies and on-the-ground organizing, and what should advocates be doing now to build power alongside litigation?
First and foremost, thank you, my fellow Esquire. And I love the framing of this question because I get to talk about a book that meant so much to me early in my practice. It was written by the late Harvard professor Lonnie Guinier, and the title is Lift Every Voice. And I love that book because, as a young lawyer, it taught me and showed me the importance of engaging with community being a lawyer. Because sometimes we descend on communities, oftentimes from cities in the north, thinking that we know every damn thing, thinking that we can tell communities what they need and what they want, often with the legal strategy already in mind. But that book calls us in to serve a higher purpose. And that purpose is journeying alongside community, arm in arm, helping the community realize its goals and actualize its power. Litigation in the law is limiting just by the construct of it, right? Lawsuits are reductionist by nature. Oftentimes, at its best, it can get you some far off goal, but oftentimes, you're fighting for rights that are already due to you. So as practitioners, as lawyers, as we engage community, if we're developing legal strategy without the people, we're missing the point. If we're focused so much on what happens inside of the courtroom without working alongside community to help them build power and develop strategies that they can implement and enforce and effectuate after we leave, then we're missing the point. Litigation is just a tool, right? An important one, but it's not the only tool. It's a tool just like policy is a tool, just like advocacy is a tool, just like agitation in the streets is a tool. It's just a tool that has to work alongside the people and organizers for it to be sustainable. A legal strategy without an effective organizing strategy component alongside of it is unsustainable, and I would challenge any lawyer, if they're worth anything, if they say that litigation can stand on its own, they're not a good one. To your second question, what can organizers be doing right now to build power alongside active litigation, whether it has to do with immigration or civil rights? Look, the fact of the matter is you have a panel in front of you full of brilliant strategists in the immigration space. And we work on behalf of some of the most vulnerable communities right now because the targets is on our backs, right? But if you look on the back of yourself, you've got a target on yours too. If you think that this administration has not already come for you, then you haven't been paying attention. We have a case in front of the Supreme Court right now that questions the idea of birthright citizenship that was born after the Civil War. The amendment was added to the Constitution to protect the children of slaves, but it extends to people who are born in this country. And we are facing an administration that is looking to change the rules and on its own define who belongs and who doesn't. And if you think that that don't include you, then you're missing the point. So what can organizers do right now to build power alongside legal strategies? Number one, use your voice. When people come for your neighbors, you speak up, right? Number two, tap into the networks that are doing work on behalf of immigrant communities and provide resources because these communities need it. And last but not least, join some of these organizations up here, myself, Patrice with Undocumented Black, Gerlene Joseph with the Haitian Bridge Alliance, and join us in our calls to Congress as we ask them to help us improve our immigration system. Thank you, Monique.
Thank you. I'm so glad you said that part about litigation just not being the be-all, end-all, because I do think as litigators, as advocates, sometimes we forget that even though we may feel like we have capes on, that the work is actually on the ground. That's why, for sure, in the tradition of Thurgood Marshall, at the school I graduated from, Howard University School of Law, HU.
You know.
We were taught not just to be lawyers, but social engineers, recognizing, Latrice, that the work is in community. You are on the front lines in Austin, and you use your radio platform, Iron Sharpens Iron, to speak truth to the community every week. In a state like Texas, my home state, God help us, where the headlines are often filled with fear regarding SB 4 and deportation. How are you using your voice to keep the community encouraged And what is the one marching order you have for chapters in other states to help protect our neighbors in the South?
So, although I'm in Austin, Texas, I want to do a disclaimer. I'm originally from Chicago. I just live in Texas. So, but I've been there a long time. And I just want to say, you know, I heard him say about the American dream, and I always ask, what the hell is the American dream at this point? As a person who is a founder, I've been in this work of reentry. Before reentry was a buzzword, I founded a nonprofit organization in Austin, Texas, that works with people who have previously been incarcerated and their families. And so talking about Senate Bill 4, I actually wrote some things down because my work in reentry, I deal with a system that already criminalizes behavior, cycle people through jails, and separate families. So Senate Bill 4 takes that same system and gives it a new group of people to target. And we do need to be concerned about it. And let me be clear, Senate Bill 4 is not just an immigration law. It is the expansion of the criminal justice system into immigration. Because what the law does is create a new state crimes for immigration, allowing local police to arrest people for crossing the border and even pushing towards state level deportation. And I think, you know, what we really don't think about is that if you know about if you know about mass incarceration, you already know about Senate Bill 4, because that's basically what it is. And in Texas, we are plagued right now with the bolstering of not only people being incarcerated, but jail holding facilities with no air conditioning in the state of Texas, which I know our MC knows, is so hot in Texas, sometimes you would like to pull your skin off. And so you're dealing in a place where they're actually putting people that they're getting immigrants, even youngsters, and putting them in these facilities with no air condition, a rogues gallery of people who are actually keeping these folks in custody and selling them drugs and this, that, and the other. This is actually going on in the immigration detention centers right now. And so it is something that is, this is not by an accident, this is intentional. And it's about money. Prison and everything, all this incarceration and stuff is about money. And you know, what kills me is that, you know, I see people who jump into these areas of where they want to run nonprofits and 501c3s and get in business because you're trying to continue to make money on people's pain. We should be trying to make it where we're working ourselves out of a job and not more into a job. And that's what immigration is really doing right now. It is actually criminalizing people for their existence, not their behavior. And I feel like we have a definite responsibility to make sure that we are really helping our neighbor. Who is your neighbor? It's the person that's sitting next to you. It's the person that you go outside and you see, that is your neighbor. And you have to help your neighbor. How do you do that? You educate them. You stand with them when something is happening grossly wrong against them. You don't think about the fact that, you know, hey, they got on sneaks and I got on Ferragamo shoes, so I can't do that. We need to not separate the issues, because incarceration is what it is, and that's what immigration is, a new way of incarcerating a whole new set of people.
Thank you. So by way of segue into this next question, I want to point out that Black men in the United States are disproportionately over-incarcerated compared to all other peers, that they are more likely to be stopped, frisked, searched, arrested, jailed, assaulted, killed, that the number that we can actually count of wrongful arrests and incarceration in this country is climbing past 12,000 per month. That being said, it's no surprise, Amadou, that African men are the most targeted immigrant group in New York and across many other states. Yet the media barely acknowledges them. They are far more likely to face immigration hearings without an attorney, and many unscrupulous lawyers take advantage of their lack of resources. This raises some critical questions. What would a truly effective emergency plan look like for this vulnerable community, or for all of our vulnerable communities, before, during, and after raids? And how can NAN, the Black Church, and everyone in here, or who will watch this video later, and I hope it's a million of them, how can we step in starting tomorrow to ensure our people are ready the next time?
Thank you so much, Monique. Anyone here heard about the Canal Street raid when ICE came? Who is at Canal Street? Is it just Africans, or do we also have some of our Asian brothers? Okay, so what I'm hearing is Africans and Asians, right? When ICE came over there, everyone they arrested, every single person, guess who he was? Okay. I came to New York, and I was walking down in Harlem, and I saw so many of our African brothers and sisters asking so many questions regarding immigration. Some of them were sleeping outside. And then I asked them, is the city helping? They said, well, listen, we don't know too much about what's going on. I said, no, there are actually plans budget that's been passed to help you guys, all right? And then I started to dig deeper. And then I started to learn that when I asked for answers, people were telling me, well, listen, some people prefer sleeping outside in the streets instead of hotels. I said, okay. So many of these brothers and sisters came into this city uncounted for, and when it was time to allocate budget, it didn't go to them. I say that to say, we can only count on our neighbors. We can only count on our brothers and sisters that are here, the church, the protesters, the organizers, because the truth is, black people from across the board are at the bottom of the barrel. That's just the truth. This is not an attack, it's just a fact. How can we better prepare before a raid takes place? Well, check on your neighbors. If this is an individual who is most likely to be targeted, speak with them. Have a plan of action. In the event that a raid takes place, who's going to take care of the baby? Right? In the event that a raid takes place, how will they be able to pay their mortgages? Right? Do you know resources that maybe they do not have, or maybe they do not know about? Right? In the event that a raid takes place, well, in that case, speak with attorneys. Go to attorneys, give them your neighbor's name. Actually stand up and fight if you're able to, as long as you do it peacefully. But we know what that looks like, right? In the country. What we've been able to do at the Amadou Lee Foundation over the past few months is to prepare what is called a habeas petition. And pretty much a habeas petition is what you do is you pretty much tell the government, the judge, the federal judge, whether this arrest was lawful or not, right? So we've been able to weed out and look at communities that are most likely to be targeted and say, all right, let us pre-register you just in case this happens, right? However, nonprofits, black nonprofits, I can only speak on my experience, there's no funding. There's no funding. It's like, I came into New York and I'm looking at people like, so we've been working all of these things. I see that, such and such got $30 million, but I'm looking at all my black organizers and black nonprofit leaders. Nothing is going to them. So for me, speak with your politicians as well. Are they preparing those nonprofits just in case things happen? Or are they not? Because it's nice to just sit over there and talk about, yes, Canal Street this, Canal Street that. Well, I'll tell you what happened on Canal Street. When that raid happened, it was our nonprofit that stood up and got those people out of there, out of detention centers. Therefore, it is important for us to diversify the funds that are going to nonprofits. It is also important for the church, for organizations to say, you know what, let us host nonprofits fundraisers for these brothers and sisters, because 9 times out of 10, you know what I'm saying, we don't have time to do fundraising. Things are happening. We're on the ground, and you know what I mean? It's on and popping. We know that with this administration. So for me, there are multiple levels to prepare for a raid, and it is important, again, to highlight the importance of habeas petition, right? Because with that petition, you are able to challenge the lawfulness of that arrest. And if that arrest is unlawful, especially if it's in the second, if you're in New York, 9 times out of 10, a judge is gonna release that individual. So tell your neighbors, especially if they're immigrants, to make sure that they get in touch with all these amazing brothers and sisters that are sitting here with who are doing incredible jobs, because then if things happen, they're able to stand up for them. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Amadou. Patrice, I don't want to skip this. If you could tell us, last month UndocuBlack led 125 organizations in a letter to the Congressional Black Caucus regarding TPS and Operation Paris. Why was it important to deliver this demand through a Black-led organization? And either from you or from Reverend Bush, what does that partnership look like, and what made NAN decide this was a priority in 2026?
Thank you, Monique. 125 organizations when we still have so many problems going on, and to sign on to a Black immigrant letter, National Action Network made sure that they were at the top of that list. And that is power, right? And you know, you give immigrants just a little bit, you give Black people in general, because I'm gonna be very specific, just a little bit, we multiply that and make it a lot. You give a Black woman just a little bit, we are really going to multiply that and make it a lot. And we did just that. We are so close to actually passing what's the wonky term for it is a discharge petition in the House. In the House that is controlled by Republicans, we got a bipartisan bill that would allow for temporary protected status, would allow for work permits for 500,000 Haitian families. 500 million. Wow. We're not there yet, so this is where I'm gonna need help. Whoever you can call up who is your congressperson, make that call, keep going, name drop, you know, National Action Network, let them know they're behind this. But that letter moved Congressional Black Caucus. They were mad at us. They were like, why are you sending us a letter? We're already your friend. And we're like, well, if you're our friend, then you will actually now make some demands on our behalf. Because my friends have to show me that they're my friends. Yes. They did that though, and so the bill was introduced by Ayanna Pressley. We have 218 members of Congress, including 4 Republicans on it. This is bipartisan, and we are hoping to have it pass the House before April 29, which is when the Supreme Court will take up the Haitian TPS case as well as Syria. And so that's power. That's power, and we've got demands, and that little letter that may not seem like much, we took that, ran with it, and we're able to get to 218 in the House on a discharge petition on immigration, on Black immigration, which I was told has never been done before.
So we're going to want everyone to call 202-224-3121. That is the way to connect to your member of Congress. I'll say it again, 202-224-3121, and tell them what you expect them to do on this and other legislation. We are in lightning round. I want to get through 2 questions quickly, so I'm going to give you each a sentence for each one, all right? Starting with Murad, I want to ask you to finish this sentence honestly. Honestly. One misconception about immigrants that we need to address honestly in our communities is?
That immigrants are taking away from others, which is completely untrue. And here in the state of New York, immigrants contribute over $81 billion in local and state tax dollars, and have the spending power of over $250 billion. They're paying into systems that they can never benefit from. So just uplifting that, and the number of the 81 billion local and state tax dollars includes undocumented people and documented people.
And that might have been 12 sentences, but it was good. Okay.
Run-on sentence.
Patrice, one misconception about immigrants that we need to address honestly in our communities is?
The concept of today for me, tomorrow for you, or in Jamaican, today for me, tomorrow for you, which is that they're going after those people, they won't come after me. That's a lie.
George, one misconception, honestly, what is it?
There are no good immigrants. There are no bad immigrants. There's no such thing as the worst of the worst. So let's reject that notion. We're all the same community.
Reverend Bush?
That immigrants commit more crime. Immigrants commit more crime. They're in here to change their life, and they have an interest in staying out of trouble. And so the studies show that immigrants, especially undocumented immigrants, do not commit more crime than natives do.
Gerlin, one misconception about immigrants we need to address honestly.
The fact that we have an immigration issue in the United States, because the reality is, as the current person in the White House mentioned, they welcome immigrants who are blonde hair, blue eyes from white countries, and they reject immigrants from black countries and other countries. So therefore, we do not, and I repeat, we do not have an immigration issue in the United States. We have an issue based on anti-black racism.
Dorian, one misconception about immigrants we need to address honestly.
That our struggles are not inextricably tied to each other. A weakened constitution hurts all of us. Repealing or rolling back the rule of law to attack one community means that this same administration can roll back the rule of law to attack you.
Latrice.
That immigrants take our jobs. There's really a misconception about immigrants taking jobs when actually most immigrants do jobs that we don't want to do. And the value of immigrants has definitely impacted our communities significantly so that they take away jobs. I think that's the biggest thing.
Amadou, one misconception about immigrants that we need to address honestly.
They eat rats or cats.
So just the humanity of it.
I think, I mean, we have to address it, right? That's the narrative that's been pushed, right? And it's ridiculous. It's part of the campaign that made so many people not go to Africa, right? Because they see Africans as jumping in trees and doing all of those different things. Meanwhile, it is very important for our people to understand that even those, I'm going off a little bit, but even the resources of Africa, that's really ours. And if I say ours, I mean ours, right? Because it is our ancestors, right? So I think it is very important to understand that that division does not serve anyone. Right?
Rapid fire. Oops, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Rapid fire continues. One thing that each person who's here today and those who are going to watch, one thing that can be marching orders that you would want to see them do starting not tomorrow, but today, that actually changes the outcome for a family on the line. Back to you, Murad. One thing, one sentence. Let's go.
Demand that your New York State representatives, your state assembly, state senator, step up and pass the New York for All Act, because that's going to protect all 19 million of us New Yorkers.
Patrice. I'm sorry, well, which one? Latrice first, yes.
I'm sorry, can you ask your question one more time?
One thing, marching orders that they can do that's going to change the bottom line for immigrants today.
Stop treating this as a separate issue. It's a criminal justice issue.
Patrice.
Make sure the SAVE Act doesn't pass.
Woo!
Wow.
How do we make sure it doesn't pass? 10 more seconds.
Call your congressperson, vote, make noise, make sure that you can vote, and make sure that we actually have elections in 2028, because there's a real possibility that's not going to happen.
George. 5 seconds.
We are living in under a fascist government, so let's not be afraid to have those difficult conversations with our family. Let's question why people want to go into the military. Let's question why some people want to go into the federal government for a safe employment. It is a crucial time in American history. We have to confront these truths.
Reverend Rob.
All elections are local and you must vote. In Nevada, our governor won by 10,000 votes over the previous governor, and we lost the supermajority by 1 seat. He vetoed 187 bills that are important to immigrants and to our people. You have to get out and vote no matter what city you are in.
And Reverend Al is not going to come out here and get me. Dorian, come on. One thing.
Resources, give your time, talent, treasure.
Amadou.
Resources, support your local nonprofits.
And on behalf of this esteemed and wonderful panel, Monique Presley, I'm going to say again what was said on the end. Not just vote, register somebody to vote. Make sure your whole household is registered to vote. Work in your neighborhood to get rid of this regime so that we can all be safe. Thank you for being here with us today. I hope you learned something.
All right. Let's calm down. All right. We're now going to deal with our panel that is going to deal with international issues around our people all over the world. We must think and act global in order to affect anything. We're in a global world now. And what happens in Africa affects us in the Caribbean, affects us in the United States. So how do we coordinate and how do we weave this together? Our panel is going to approach how we respond to that. I want to bring on the convener and who will preside over this. I met this brother 35 years ago. The year I started National Action Network, we had been marching in a section of Brooklyn, New York called Bensonhurst, where they had killed a young man named Yusuf Hawkins just for being in the neighborhood. It was a time they said blacks weren't allowed out there. And we went out there and marched and finally got 3 of those young white mobs that had killed him in court. Little did we know, people around the world heard about it. And there was a young boy in London, England called Roland Adams that was killed for being black in a section of London, England. And they called and asked me would I come and help lead a march for Roland Adams like we had done for Yusuf Hawkins. And I flew to London and met 2 young activists. One is with us today. They started, we marched, they fought for justice. They formed a group called Operation Black Vote. And they started registering blacks in London and gaining power and position. 35 years later, he has become a member of the House of Lords in England. He is the assistant vice chair to the chancellor at Cambridge University and has had me there and arranged me to speak at Oxford. I speak at Oxford now, y'all. When I met him, he was Brother Simon, but now he is appointed by the king. He is Sir Simon Woolley. Sir Simon Woolley. Let's bring out the panel. My one and only, come on, I'm gonna do them one by one. Let them first come out. I'm gonna let Simon do the intros, but I have to recognize, you know, I was mentored and raised by Jesse Jackson. And you know that means I've known Jesse Jackson Jr. since he probably was about 7, 8 years old. And I've watched him grow. There is no one I know that is more brilliant, not only in international affairs, but anything, than this brother. And I'm so glad that he comes to our convention every year. He said, I'm coming. I said, I need you to do something. He said, you don't have to put me up to do nothing. I'm coming. He's been there every year and would come with his father every year. Rem Jackson used to come every year till he couldn't travel. But give a hand to my little brother, Jesse Jackson Jr.
Good afternoon. I must say, as your moderator today, what an honor it is. And I know that my brothers and sisters right across the pond in London, UK, and across Europe will be watching us right now. Yes, they are. And with watching us come together with this great unity of purpose, like my dear brother here, Jesse Jackson Jr., we know his dear father who taught us to keep hope alive. And to tell us that we are somebody. We are black. We are beautiful. We are proud. We are somebody. I'm telling you today, this is one of the most important panels that we have assembled this week. Not least because it seeks to see beyond these shores. We're global. We're a global phenomenon, but we rarely recognize it. So we have assembled an esteemed panel, and I want you to give them a round of applause for this global challenge of race and equity in today's movement. Thank you. Thank you. They will give us their insight. I first want to introduce Runa Alam. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Development Partners International. Ms. Alan is globally recognized investment leader and CEO of Development Partners International, a firm focused on deploying capital across Africa. With decades of emerging markets experience, she has played a key role in driving sustainable growth and empowering businesses across the continent. Please stand up and give them a wave. Thank you. Thank you. Asha Castleberry Hernandez, National Security and Foreign Affairs expert. The Honorable Asha is a respected voice in international relations and national security, a former US Army officer, a policy advisor. She brings deep expertise in global security strategy, diplomacy, and defense policy. Edmund Fullafak, Associate Professor of Internal Medicine and Medical Oncologist, The Ohio State University. Dr. Fullafak is a leading oncologist and researcher whose work advances cancer treatment whilst addressing health disparities to improve equity across to care. Where are you, brother? Is Martin with us? No, we're still waiting for that young brother. My dear friend here, my dear friend, my dear brother, former US Representative, Illinois 2nd Congressional District. The Honorable Jesse Jackson Jr. is a former member of Congress, known for his advocacy, civil rights, economic justice, the urban development, with long-standing commitment to community and power. Give it up for Brother Jackson. This next brother has about 1 million followers on social media. He's in the process of writing his 9th book. He's an intelligence officer, a spook, as we say in the UK. National Intelligence and National Security Advisor. Mr. Malcolm Nance is a national recognized intelligence expert, author, commentator, offering critical insights on counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, and global geopolitical strategy. Give it up for this super brother. Malcolm, I want to start with you.
Okay.
Look, we know how important the African American voice is here in the USA. How do we get the African American people to better see the 1.2 billion people in the global African diaspora?
That's an excellent question. And, you know, most of you know me as the spy that talks on television, right? But that afforded me a lifetime of traveling around the world at your expense, so thank you. But one of the things that I don't see all the time, I go to Egypt, I go to other parts of the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, I don't see enough people in the Black diaspora, particularly us, traveling to a continent that not only was our birth home, genetically and historically, but also we don't expose ourselves to the 1.2 billion people who are like us and want to see us. We don't travel. And if I couldn't even imagine how low the statistics of passport holders. But this is where young people who are influencers, other people who can bring the message of who we are truly, not through basketball and hip hop all the time, the only lenses we're seen through, but that we have wealth, we have intellect, we have universities that should be cooperating and linking to sub-Saharan Africa in a way that we should be displacing the current administration's ignoring of that entire continent. We could do that as a diaspora, not just African American, Afro-Caribbeans, Anglo, Africans. There is a whole world of us that is not linked with the rest of us.
How do we link it?
Well, again, I like the idea of popularizing, of harnessing these young influencers. I'm an old influencer, okay? I might be the oldest there is. But, these guys who are 18, 19, 20, every year I go to Egypt. I go out to a remote desert village in Western Egypt, and I run into influencers who say, oh, this is a hip eco-tourist spot. That needs to be encouraged for the places, for Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia. I love Ethiopia. And all these other places, other than going on a safari. Most people don't know Botswana or Zambia. Or, we need to harness that.
Let me bring in somebody that does know through the lens of Africa, because this woman has been setting up businesses in Africa that are just doing crazy stuff and earning tens of millions of pounds. Runa, from your lens, give our audience a flavor about the dynamism that's going on in Africa right now.
So I'll start by saying that last 2.5 days there's been talk about giving capital to Black and brown people, so creating wealth for the Black and brown community. Globally, the same has to be true, and it's now happening. So if you look at what people call the global South, it is Black and brown people, and they have been poorer than the global North. And that is changing. Africa. So Africa, as should be president, she should be president, Kamala Harris just said, is going to have 25% of the world's population by 2050, 40% by the turn of this coming century. It's going to have 13 of the 30 biggest cities. Lagos, Nigeria will be the biggest city in the world. It is, because the population is so young, incredibly tech savvy. So we invest in some of the largest companies in Africa. We've made them global, and we invest on the venture capital side too. And so what is happening? What's happening is these countries now, as a collective, so the continent is now going to be the fastest growing continent as of this year in the world. It's surpassing Asia. You put together 700 million people coming into the workforce, young people, you put together a young population that's tech savvy, you put together urban people consume more than other peoples, and you put together the biggest population in the world. What do you have? You have incredible dynamism, but you also have power. You have the biggest consumer class that's developing. There is a reason, an economic reason China is in Africa. It is a good market. It is one of the best markets. We cannot, as Americans, be left behind. So in the same way China, over the last 20 to 25 years, surpassed us in skill sets in manufacturing, they're going to surpass us creating the brands that Africans buy. We don't have to do that. We can be involved. So not what's been happening lately for Africa, as Ms. Harris said, VP Harris said, but looking at the real facts. It gives everybody here power, but it also means that it's a real opportunity for the whole world, for Americans in Africa.
And with that opportunity, where do you see the links between African Americans and the African continent in regards to economic opportunity that is on an equitable basis?
So the link has to be knowledge. So travel, exploration, bringing peoples together from Africa and here. So you think about a young population, as I said, tech savvy. Yeah. Our young population is also tech savvy, and they're influencers. Why would they not think of a 1.2 billion people in Africa as their audience, as people who buy their products? It is a great opportunity because African music, movies, culture influence here, and American music culture, Black American music culture influence there. There's a lot of commonality, and there's a lot of opportunity to align, both for getting what is needed, creating wealth, but also just feeling that there is commonality and there is support everywhere in the world.
And in that alignment, Edmund, as an academic,
how are you seeking, how do you want us to relate to Africa with fellow academics in which the whole can become greater than the sum of our often disparate parts?
Yeah, yes, thank you. That's such a great question. You know, everything policy, everything that we see, you know, emanates from academia, people thinking about it, and then, you know, finding the best ways of how the most efficient way, the most effective way of actually applying that knowledge. And so out here in the diaspora here, you know, we have about, what, close to $2 trillion. I mean, the African diaspora. You have the African continent, which is essentially, you know, green in terms of its, you know, the potential for investment. And the value added when you invest money in Africa on elevating the people is actually way more, you know. Here in the US, for instance, you know, my area of expertise, we spend about $14,000 in healthcare per person per year. In Africa, that value is about between $85 to about $135. Yet, the continent needs hospitals. Yet, the continent needs a research such that the next drugs can be developed there. So, if academic disciplines here in our HBCUs can collaborate with academic disciplines in Africa to not make it be a haphazard process, to actually develop how do you take this money, what is the enabling environment that you need to create in the continent to make this a win-win, you know, so that when somebody wants to go to Africa and invest, for instance, I'm not reaching out to the voracious capitalist, I'm going to the same place, the HBCUs here, and then to the African continent where I can get some faculty there to say, hey, what is the best way? Where should I invest my money in order to actually, one, get the return on the investment, but two, add value?
And
These are the things that we need.
And Edmund, in that investment,
yeah,
for example, in healthcare and this express train AI, is there an opportunity and is there a danger that black and brown people will not be included in those models of healthcare AI that will not only work for us, but they may work against us?
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that we've been thinking through. Remember that AI depends on what? The training data set and the validation data set. If you actually take information that you put into the AI, and that information doesn't include the people in the continent, then you're going to get faulty things, right? There is one area in biology which we're already seeing that now. In terms of genetic variability, Africa has the most genetic diversity in the whole world, combined. I mean, and it makes sense because that is where humanity emanated. So, but if you look at clinical trials in medicine, in cancer care, all the breakthroughs, there are only 5% or less of clinical trials that actually are done in Africa. And so with that, when you develop drugs here, so no wonder some of the drugs don't work in not only people in Africa, but also the people, all of us here in this room, because we were not included in the training data set for whatever drugs, and so AI is going to be the same.
So there's maybe an opportunity, an opportunity there with this AI race to put Africa at the heart of these models that will serve us so much better. I want to turn to Asha, and in regards to the security, national security of black people, global security of black people. We saw here some months ago when the president of South Africa came to the White House and was mocked by the president in such a shameful manner that disgraced, belittled that office. Asha, how can we protect the security of black and brown people around the world with this right-wing deluge that demonizes and belittles us?
Well, there's multiple ways, but one we have to definitely look at is looking at the current role of U.S. global leadership. That to where, as a perfect example, we are defining to the American people what kind of relationship we're having with our African countries. And and it's coming across very myopic and lacking cultural respect on one another. And then when you look at the policies that are being pushed out from the White House, they have a very small, limited understanding of what we should do in Africa, like only focus on trade and investments, that's it. No, there's more to this story. And we have to make sure that we redefine and be beyond this presidency as far as what is our role in terms of diplomacy with Africa, and being able to redefine our principles, and also identifying more activities beyond trade and investments as a way to help cultivate that relationship amongst the diaspora. And one way we can do that is building a task force where it's a diverse one, where we have influencers, celebrities, the Congressional Black Caucus, the private sector, that can help come together in a combined force as far as redefining what that relationship looks like and turn it into a long-term, enduring investment.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesse, when you was in office, you were around those big power tables, speaking about Africa and how Africa could be enhanced, supported. What did you learn in that time that you could impart to our audience about those powerful tables that you frequented?
Lord Woolley, first of all, thank you very much, and thank Reverend Sharpton for the opportunity to participate in this panel. Some of it is a function of definitions. Connecting African Americans to Africa is called a vacation. Connecting African Americans to opportunities in Africa and connecting Africans to opportunity in America, that's called business. We need a framework that includes human rights, our respect for theirs and their respect for ours, opportunity, those that they can create for us and those that we can create for them, partnership. It means that Elon Musk ought not be digging lithium in African countries and bauxite, and while at the same time overseeing an agency that fired 300,000 black women in our federal government. That requires partnership and empowerment. There are 5 black-owned radio stations, for example, that allow talk radio. Very seldom do you hear African countries advertising on those black radio stations about come to Africa, come visit our country, come vacation, come take a safari, come enjoy yourself, come partner with us, come do business. But the medium by which we communicate with them is through to help shape the framework. African leaders, and this ought to be the last time, that they come to the United Nations and speak and don't stop by the National Action Network and spend some time with Reverend Sharpton. Now, we don't trust Elon Musk, but we do trust Reverend Sharpton. And I don't have a problem trusting Reverend Sharpton to meet with Elon Musk to tell him there will be no more digging of lithium in Africa until you see black lawyers and black accountants and black teachers and black colleges and black people and make a commitment to us here at home. That's the leverage that we need so he can dig in Africa. And last but not least, the next time an African leader comes to the United States, they ought call and ask for the lay of the land before they meet with the President of the United States and get insulted by Donald Trump. We saw what he did to the President of Ukraine, made him go home and put on a suit and come back. If they would have called us from South Africa and said, what would it be like if I accept an invitation from Donald Trump, we would tell him he's going to insult the hell out of you when you come there. So ignore the insult. Make sure the African president comes where he or she is respected first. Meet with our leadership and let's create opportunities amongst ourselves.
So I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the vision. I'm guessing right now this is the time to think bigger and bolder than we have perhaps for some time. I'm reminded when I look at the 1920s, that a black brother started the biggest movement of the African diaspora ever seen in Marcus Garvey. 6 million followers, raising millions of pounds, which would have been tens of millions of pounds. And you did all of that without mobile phones, without social media. Brothers and sisters, what's our excuse? We've seen what nations can do when they have a wealth fund. For example, Norway, when they had the oil, they spent half and saved half. And now they have a wealth fund worth $2 trillion. I'm asked the panel, we need a Marcus Garvey moment here. Where does it start? Where does it start, brother? Where does it start?
As far as I'm concerned, it started with him just a few moments ago. I don't know about you, but Jesse Jackson Jr. I was looking for my wallet. So let's start there with NAN.
How do we get a wealth fund? How do we start our own wealth fund? Talk to me. You know, we're busy. We spend fortunes on our hair. We spend fortunes on clothes and beauty products. What about for our future, Asha? Asha,
Dare I
say it, I may say that you're the youngest on the panel.
Thank you. We have to align as a unit, the diaspora, with emerging industries, like looking at the critical mineral situation, right? As well as digital currency to help extract that wealth, right? But simultaneously, we have to also define our leadership as far as how we can work together in resolving our regional peace and security issues. I love Jesse Jackson's legacy as far as how he was one that called on to resolve the issues as far as hostage affairs and taking on the leadership on that. Right. So we have to simultaneously work on those two together, but we also have to take advantage of sports and entertainment together, right? Hip hop is extremely influential, right? And we can leverage that. And we have hip hop artists that want to go to Africa and be able to work together and build on special projects. So it's there.
Okay, Edmund. Edmund, I need the leaders. I need the leaders in medicine, and we need the leaders in the university. How do we sew that golden thread with our black academics across the world?
So I think to me, when I look at it, it's something, again, first of all, what do we want to do with it? Number one. Number two is how do we raise the funds? And we've already identified where the money is here, you know? And then three, how do you, when you invest that fund, we don't need to be like, I hear in the diaspora, especially the people who just came from Africa like myself, they'll say, oh, I'm Ghanaian American, I'm Ghanaian diaspora, I'm Congolese diaspora. No, I want to disabuse that. We just need to have a few places that have the enabling environment. We get these funds, you know, invest these funds in a form of maybe some kind of an investment bank. So that we can industrialize. Africa can industrialize and add value, you know, and stop being just the extractive you know, area where people just go and take out resources and then, you know, bring out to the United States or to the West. So that is the critical thing. And the reason why this is very important is that IMF or the Bretton Woods Institution and increasingly now the Chinese, when they invest in Africa, they are investing in Africa for one reason only, profit.
Yes.
But if we raise our funds to invest in Africa, we are investing in the human beings because they look like you and me, and we have a stake in it beyond just the money. And so we not only gain resources, the money, but we also elevate the next generation. And tomorrow, Africa can then form, we can see the next Wakanda build up in Africa that would give you and me, you know, the respect we all deserve as human beings.
Wonderful. Runa, tell me, you are an expert on managing funds, huge amounts of funds, millions, tens of millions of dollars. What can we do with an investment black bank?
Okay, billions, not millions, okay? So let's be powerful about this. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, the National Basketball League, NBA, is now in Africa. Think about the opportunity. It's growing leaps and bounds. Stadiums are being built. Young Africans are getting trained to be amazing basketball players. It's everywhere. There's a huge link everywhere. There really is. Let me give a vision here. First of all, I want to talk about two people. One of our companies is the biggest fintech, one of the biggest in Africa, biggest in Nigeria, MoneyPoint. Tosin, who's the CEO, I want you to envision how amazing a CEO is to build that. We've got another company called Kara, which is bringing healthcare to the poor people all around Africa through insurance, microinsurance, and building healthcare system. You know who's building that? Somebody who was the head, African, Senegalese, was the head of AI for one of the big fangs here, went back, created an academy to train Africans to go into AI, and is using AI to change the healthcare system in Africa. So there is such a link. So I want to just say one last thing, which is there are billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of local money in pension funds in Africa, in insurance companies. Okay. It should be also African fund investing here in some of the best African businesses.
Malcolm, you know, when we turn on the TV, we can easily get rage baited by the horror show from the White House. How can we see that chaos, that calamity within that? How can we see an opportunity?
The opportunity is there. The United States is withdrawing as a nation from sub-Saharan Africa. They're closing 17 embassies and consulates. Wow. What is missing is there is a gap now for statesmanship. And we don't have to wait for 2 or 3 administrations down for someone to appoint an ambassador here and an ambassador there. We can create our entire own ambassadorship of business, of statecraft, and fill the gap, not just African Americans, the African diaspora, and create those wealth and sovereign funds. $5 from 40, we're 42 million African Americans, right? We have an interest in Africa, and Africa has an interest in us. Correct. And where no one is helping, we should help ourselves, and we should build our own bridge.
Where does it start?
I'm sorry?
Where does it start?
2 minutes ago when I started that statement.
There we go. There we go. I think, you know the thing is, like you, over the last few days, I've sat here in awe, listening to the array of wonderful speakers, from business, from politics, from the arts. Sometimes I feel where the gap is missing in this leadership need that we have is that we're not looking in the mirror.
There you go.
To find the leaders that we need. In the last 48 seconds, I want you to stand up if you can now see yourself as a leader. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Global
Please stand
leader.
up. Please stand up. Look at this. Look at this leadership. Coming out of the shadows, owning the space, being black and proud that we are somebody.
That's right.
That we will succeed. And Dubai, yes, and Dubai. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When you leave the building, keep the leadership. When you go back home, you keep the leadership. I love you all. Thank our panel. Thank yourselves. Keep hope alive. Thank you. No, you were brilliant. You were super brilliant. Excuse me. Oh, no, you too. Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats so we may start the next panel. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. All right. Please welcome to the stage Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson II, Chairman of the Board of National Action Network and Senior Pastor at Grace Baptist Church, Mount Vernon, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're glad to be here. And we thank God for all that He's done and is doing in this week. Haven't we had a great meeting this week? A great meeting. I need the name. Well, we've come today to talk about the black church and its relationship to social justice. Earlier today, I was in the ministers' luncheon, and I talked about how the social justice movement in America among black people would not, could not, and will not survive without the black church. And historically, the black church has been the partner to civil rights movements, and it is clearly the partner to the National Action Network. And this is an important conversation because the black church is in transition. And it's not your mama's black church anymore. And what is it that Mama's black church had that we want to sustain going forward? We don't want to throw away Mama's church, but we certainly want to keep the principles of how we go in the future intact. And we want to be appealing to the next generation. We've got to figure out how to make the church more attractive to young people. If we don't keep young people, we cannot live. And so I want to challenge us in this session to, let's hear how we do this. And I want to invite our panel, the Reverend excuse me, I know them, but I don't want to mess them. George Parks. Come on, George. I know you're here. Rudy McKissick, Dr. Rudy McKissick. They handed me a... Thank you, darling. And Reverend James Duckett, Senior Pastor of Fort Mont Baptist Church in the Bronx. Dr. Duckett. Oh, I know who's obvious. Come right on in. Have a seat. So let's get into this conversation. What I just said about the role of the church and the issues we are facing and how we go forward. These are pastors who are effectively engaged in trying to help the church be what it ought to be. And I know each one of them, and I appreciate their taking time to be on this panel. And so I want to start with the question of what is the black church in America right now, and are we thriving, surviving, or slipping? What is the black church right now? Are we thriving, surviving, or are we getting better? Or are we getting worse? So really the question is, where are we right now? Brother McKissick, you've been around a long time, and you've done a lot of great things. And I know you've seen your church grow. You pastored in Richmond, and then you came to work with your father. You're a legacy pastor. And I think you have a perspective on this whole challenge of where we are. You've seen the landscape of how the church has evolved and where we are at this moment. Will you respond first?
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, the bar has been changed, lowered, and redefined by a new generation of what the black church is, that for me means the black church is not thriving and is really not even surviving. I think with the pop-up of black churches that have names as numbers and preachers who may practice what they call prophetic preaching, but is more magic and soothsaying, has put the black church in a position where we are no longer the weapon of liberation and the voice for the disenfranchised that we used to be and should continue to be. So unfortunately now, the prophetic voice of the black church is in the minority and no longer the majority. And we've got to find a way to now get back to the real definition of the prophetic and get away from those who call themselves prophets but can only tell you about checks in the mail but cannot teach you how to open a business to produce your own checks.
My. Following that same question vein, has the black church lost influence?
In some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. I contend in some ways, yes, and then in other ways, no, that the black church still remains. Can you hear me now? The black church is still the only redemptive agent, especially of America. We have our challenges, but if the world is ever going to get better, it's going to take the black church. And I think we have to continue to repeat that type of rhetoric so we can begin to believe in ourselves and we stop taking our cues from white evangelicals for what Christianity looks like. Because they have proven to us time and time again that they have weaponized Christianity and theology, and their politics and money have always come before their Jesus.
All right. Very good. But Doctor, do you think we can get out of this direction, or how do you think we can get out of what we have been depicted by Dr. McKissick and by Dr. Parks?
Well, I do stand in agreement with both of them. And I think we can get out of it, or I believe that we can get out of it by having a clear motion and motto. a clear mission, because too many times our missions as the Black church are confused. And because of the confusion, I believe we have become theologically silent in political places where we should be loud and stand up preachers. So I think that we can get back to where we were, but we just have to have a clear mission, not a confused motto.
Okay, let me say, all of you have put the analysis of the Black church as being challenged. All of you, and some of you said, one of you said it's being challenged by its mirroring the white church. It's being challenged by not being engaging in the check receiving church. The church is only about the money. And so I want to know, what do you all think is the best corrective measure, one corrective measure that we can make? And remember, it's going to be a long journey.
Yeah.
We ain't going to fix what's wrong in the Black church in this here meeting today. We hope to reveal it, but we want to go and say, what is the one thing you think, as we begin the road to the restoration of the Black church, what's the one thing that you think we need? What's the priority?
I think to differentiate between prophetic preaching and prophetic witness. The church needs to reestablish prophetic witness, and here's what I mean by that. Prophetic preaching names Pharaoh, names systems. Prophetic witness refuses to partner with Pharaoh. So I think we've got to reestablish prophetic witness that doesn't just call out systems, but puts things in place to challenge systems and that current systems cannot ignore. So I think it's got to be beyond the pulpit to begin to correct it.
So I want you to give me a real concise.
Okay.
I appreciate what you just said, but I want you now to reduce it to a concise thing that we can take away from this meeting. What is that one thing you want us to do?
The one thing we have to do is begin to be programmatically prophetic, introducing programs into our churches that can change systems and empower people.
Wonderful.
Amen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have to go back to curating our own hush harbors. What does that look like? That means churches, we shouldn't simply develop leaders for the church, but we need to begin to curate our own academies of how we produce leaders for the world. So, brother, you may have great gifts, but maybe I don't need you to be the chairman of my deacons. I need you to be in the boardroom on Wall Street. But if I train you, that's going to have a direct or indirect impact on my church. So I just don't want to raise up church leaders. We want to raise up leaders for the world. And those two don't have to be an enemy of one another.
So let me ask you now. What is this, what's based on what you just said, what is the succinct one thing?
Create leadership academies in your church that's just not for church leadership.
All right, that's beautiful. You're going to train the people in your church to have a sense of engagement.
Engagement.
And what's going
leaders
on
in the world.
A global consciousness.
A global consciousness.
And you got, all right. Brother Duffy. All right, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
So I do believe that the church should stop being so critical and become constructive and connected. What happens is when we're critical of each other, we don't connect with each other. And I think the construction starts when we learn how to work together in unison, in collaboration.
All right. All right, so now, what is the population that we ought to be focusing on, and how can we reach that population? What is the focus? Because I think we can observe that many of our churches have gone out of business since COVID. they say this year they're quoting that 15,000 churches will go out of business. And that is an indictment on the church's relevance. So how do we become more relevant, more engaging, more appealing? We got to leave this meeting with some answers to the observations we're taking. The observation is we see with our own eyes that the church is diminishing in growth. We see that it's not appealing to young people. We see it looking at our congregations. We're isolated. We're not engaged in the issues that are affecting people's lives. We're not fighting for their rights. Now, how do we get out of this? This is a serious dilemma we're in. And I want you to lead us in trying to give some pastors are sitting out here today and members are sitting out here. How can I make my church work? How can I make it better? How can I fill it up? You know, one of the problems about fill up is that we have a tendency to do anything to fill it up.
Yes. Yes.
We entertain any kind of thing you want if we can get the people in there. That's all we care about. But how do we be faithful to the ministry, make it attractive to the next generation? Yes, Doctor.
So I believe if we go back to the basics, so the church was the hub for black education. The church was the hub for black empowerment.
All right.
The church was the hub for black stewardship. And somehow we have lost the basics of the black church. And I believe if we go back to the basics and having the public school teacher be the Sunday school teacher, having the person who is a community-oriented teaching the importance to the next generation, how we have overcome. I think if we get back to the basics and our mission as the black church, the reason why I believe the black church is seeing a decline is because we do not know why we're coming to church other than to shout.
Is it?
Yeah. I think, I hope I don't get in trouble. I think one of the things we've got to do is stop celebrating a memory of what your church used to be. To attract this current generation, they don't understand the charge to keep with deacon singing devotion.
That's true.
You've got to understand the culture without becoming the culture, and return, to use what Dr. Parks talked about, to being an incubator to train leaders for marketplace, global consciousness. Because the reality is this generation, they are so attracted now to streaming that your preaching is not what's going to bring them into your church.
That's right.
You've got to do something beyond your pulpit that scratches where they're itching. And sometimes we're so busy keeping Jurassic Park happy that we're doing nothing to attract the younger generation. And I think we've got to now come to a place where we create incubators and create programs and activities where young people can be trained and where young minds can be used and heard, so that the church really becomes a weapon of empowerment and not just a Sunday morning meeting place.
Dr. Richardson, I want us to be reminded that we may need to reframe a bit. Christianity has been on the decline in North America for some time. So this is not a new problem, and this is just not a black church problem. That's why so many majority culture churches have aimed to solicit our people. So this is just not a black church issue. This is Christianity in North America is on the decline.
Right.
But we also have to consider how we do ministry now. Sunday morning has to be the gathering of the overflow of all of our different kinds of engagement. So the key word is meaningful biblical engagement, and the black church has never been monolithic. So you're not going to get at Metropolitan what you'll get at some other church. And we don't make any apologies for that, because this generation, only thing they really want to know is if you're authentic.
Very good.
So authenticity goes a long way. It's not if you wear jeans or if you wear a suit. They just want to know if you are authentic, and if you have engagement, and if you are lifting up the historical Jesus Christ that we claim that we believe in the Bible.
Well said. I think that you have to, each of you and all of us,